returns with beyond deadly doses Ghana's growing drug crisis.
In 2025, Joy News brought cameras into Tinker Island and Colombia, two of the notorious drug ghettos in the Ashanti region. We documented lives consumed by addiction. Authorities promised tougher enforcement. Communities hoped the crackdown would slow the trade. A year later, we returned expecting to measure progress. Instead, we uncovered a crisis that has become far more difficult to confront.
They're infused. You have the edibles, you have the toffee, you have the sobolu. Basically, what you want to infuse it with. So like adding weed to something. And most guys, they say when they get high, that's when like they're able to like function well. That's how they're able to like steady, write their song, write their music, like do what they want to do.
41% of our tertiary students are aware of active use of drugs on their campuses.
Parents are no longer only looking for wraps, pills, or smell of marijuana. They are now confronted with products that resemble everyday food.
Yeah, because they use it to cook, to bake. You go and eat any woman's chateau and you are not sure. Be careful. It may be mixed with all sorts of weed or other substances.
The challenge has been where to put them in terms of rehabilitation. It is very expensive housing these guys, some of whom don't even have where they live.
We are preparing a cabinet policy document where I want to go to cabinet to seek the cabinet approval so that we will now make it mandatory that nobody will be able to join the public service unless you go through drug tests.
Interior Minister Muntaka Mobrak ending that report. Now, researchers at the University of Energy and Natural Resources have warned that the indiscriminate use of antibiotics in fish farming in the Mbono region is fueling antibiotic resistance and leaving harmful residue in fish and water bodies. A study in the Sunyani municipality found some farmers use antibiotics without veterinary supervision or following recommended guidelines, posing potential health risk to consumers. Here's head of the Department of Fisheries and Water Resources at the university, Dr. Sirens.
From our research, we found out that our fish farmers, they use antibiotics indiscriminately, pour it directly into their ponds, into water bodies, just to help them to combat fish bacterial diseases. And over time, these water bodies, these effluents, they are discharged into the environment. And we humans also, innocently or ignorantly, we consume those fish. What happens is that they bioaccumulate into our system in such a way that whenever we now fall sick, we have bacterial infection. And we go to clinics, we go to hospitals, and they prescribe medicines for us to take, antibiotics. For instance, oxytetracycline, amoxicillin, they don't work for us again.
Now, the Health Minister, Kwabena Mintah-Kando, has directed that persons who were seriously injured in the recent police shooting that claimed 3 lives at Seshi Shayeno be transferred to the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital for immediate treatment. The IGP this month interdicted 8 officers involved in the shooting while the service conducts a full investigations. Speaking to the media after visiting the community, the Health Minister appealed for calm as investigations continue.
We have given them up to Monday. We want to send the injured people to Kojo Teaching Hospital for further medical examination and treatment. So that we have directed already. And as a member of parliament, though I'm a minister, part of this government, as a member of parliament, I'm the representative of the people. So it is also my duty to follow up to ensure that my people get fair judgment, fair treatment.
Meanwhile, the Interior Minister Mohamed Muntaka Mobrak has assured the families of the victims that justice will be served.
And then unfortunately we lost 3 people here and then 3 others got injured. So there will be thorough investigation to establish truly what happened and who went wrong. And we can want to assure the community that we'll make sure that justice is served. But in the interim, we needed to plead with them to ensure that the community remain calm and be able to support their families to be able to bury their deceased. And that's what the government is doing through the police to ensure that each family is given 50,000 at least to help them bury the dead.
Now, the Attorney General's office says no plea agreement has been reached in the alleged 30 million cedi Exim Bank fraud case involving NPP Ashanti Regional Chairman Bernard Entry Bosiako, known as Chairman Wontumi, already serving a 20-year sentence in a separate illegal mining case. Mr. Wontumi is expected back in court today as negotiations stall. Legal Affairs correspondent Fatal Bayaga has the latest on this and other major cases before the courts this week.
The talks began in June after counsel for Chairman Wontumi wrote to the Attorney General seeking a plea arrangement in one of his high-profile cases. The court subsequently granted the parties 30 days to conclude plea bargain negotiations and report back. According to the prosecution, Wontumi applied to Exim Bank in January 2018 for financial support, claiming he had secured about 100,000 acres of land for the project. However, prosecutors allege the funds were never used for the intended farming project, resulting in an alleged 30 million Ghana cedis financial loss to the state. The parties are expected back in court today to provide an update on the progress of the negotiations. However, Deputy Attorney General Justice Rimsai has already hinted that the state has rejected Wontumi's plea proposal. It remains unclear what transpired during the negotiations, but all eyes will be on the court proceedings later today. Elsewhere, the Supreme Court will later this week deliver judgment in a suit challenging the prosecutorial powers of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. A 7-member panel chaired by Chief Justice Paul Bafuboni fixed the date after parties concluded arguments in the case brought by private legal practitioner Noah Adamte. The ruling is expected to settle the long-running dispute between the OSP and the Attorney General's office. The Supreme Court will also deliver judgment in the landmark constitutional case challenging the delegate-based voting system used by political parties in their internal elections. The suit was brought by Professor Frimpong Boateng and 2 others. Meanwhile, the Bufferstock case involving Hanan Abdul Wahab and Chairman Wontumi's Tano Nimri illegal mining case are both scheduled to return to court later this week.
Now, just before we head out, many of you may remember the story of Alidu and his goat from your lower primary days. Well, this time it is Ibrahim and the goat. The 20-year-old thief has been terrorizing the Kunkunde community in the Savannah region. His days of terror came to an end after the community set up a watchdog operation to bait him when he went on another expedition to steal a female goat. Our colleague Rebecca Nantoma captures the moment when he was arrested during a downpour this weekend.
A young man believed to be in his 20s stole a goat from Jankura, a farming community near Bushono in the Savannah regional capital. Ibrahim was arrested and given a free barber at a chief palace in Bushono. He was also asked to carry the goat around to greet all stakeholders within the community and its environment. However, Ibrahim has been released, but on one condition: to always come around in Bushono to visit stakeholders, including the chief of Bushono Ra, John Okoto.
And that's how we end this morning's bulletin here on Joe 99.7 FM. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show. Do stay.
Jump on go. Google me. At what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I don't change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I'll go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind, Seth, be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open there.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make a feel the gobe too small.
Go.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
When I say Absa, you say yes. After Bank, we go say yes this 2026 till your jobs start dropping down. Yes, you listening to me right now. I know you get dreams. A work is here. And they work it well. Like me, I want to buy that Porsche car I've been dreaming of. I move into my dream house. No landlord will say me. Join the Absa family and let's help you say yes to your dreams with tailored banking solutions from loans, mortgages, credit cards to digital banking and more. Make 2026 the year of yes with Absa. Your story matters.
Hey, who dey brush? We dey brush them. Hey, who dey brush? We dey brush them. Hey, brush your teeth. Brush your teeth every day and night. Slide the gems and tackle them. Brush the gems away. England gem, we go brush them. Croatia gem, we go brush them. Panama gem, we go brush them. We go.
Whatever the germs, brush them away with the new Pepsodent, now in limited edition World Cup packs. This advert is FDA approved.
Every day when my children return from school, I don't recognize them all. Hello, do I know you?
It's us, Mommy.
But these dirty, sweaty uniforms and socks were clean in the morning. Hey, everything has transformed. I understand though. School is hectic. It takes energy to come home this transformed. So I make sure they have some Milo at breakfast.
Your champs need nourishment and energy. Give them the Milo Energy at breakfast. Now with vitamin D that supports energy release to help their daily performance. Milo, energy to go further. Milo. This advert is FDA approved.
What will the world need tomorrow? Smarter systems, bolder thinkers, people who don't just use technology but build it as well. At Academic City University, that's exactly whom we train. Whether you're starting your undergraduate degree or advancing with a master's program, from business and communication arts to engineering and computational sciences, our programs are built with industry for real-world impact. You won't just graduate with a certificate, you'll graduate ready to solve, build, and lead. The future belongs to those who are prepared. Are you ready? Call 0594 030 308. Academic City University, educating future-ready leaders.
Cast your mind back to 2022. The prices were rising. The stress was high. Every liter of fuel felt like a sacrifice. Do you remember who stepped forward first? When others were comfortable with high prices, Star Oil chose you. We cut our own profits so you could keep your AC on, keep your engines running, and keep your life moving without the heavy burden. We gave you room to breathe when things felt tight. Because of you, our star savers, we became number one. Today, the pumps are a battleground. Others are finally cutting prices because they have to. But Star Oil, we do it because we want to. Don't just chase a price, remember a friendship. We were there for you then, and with new innovations coming your way, we are here for you now. Star Oil, still quality and affordable fuels for all.
Celebrate. You say you love the man, but show working, my sister. Open your Cowbank app and credit his account. Life simplified every single day. Yeah. Open your Cowbank app and credit his account. Cowbank, make come easy, Charlie. Life simplified all the way. If you love your man, show working, oh. Not only talking plenty on his birthday. A king was born today. What can he do with that? Give them vibes, give them Cowbank cash just like that. With your Cowbank app, you send money by airtime, pay bills in seconds. Wherever you get, Cowbank make your life simplified. Hey, hey. Cowbank, forward together.
Welcome back. It's 16 minutes past 6. You're still listening to the Super Morning Show. My name is Kojo, Akoto Boateng. The 6 a.m. news is brought to you by Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. And after Bank Ghana Limited, your story matters. One of my favorite people. You all know. Kojo.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. When I see
good morning. How are you?
I'm good. When I see you on Mondays, I always look forward to your stories from the weekend because there's always something to share.
Oh, last week I went to Edemagbane's constituency.
Oh,
K2
I saw
North.
pictures of that, yeah.
It's one of the biggest constituencies when it comes to rice production. In fact, they have a dam that was built in 1962 and refurbished about 40 years ago. The dam is struggling for renovation, but they are making use of that dam to grow rice. So I visited a lot of warehouses and the rice mills, and they have tons and tons and tons of quality Ghana rice packed in those rice mills.
Wow.
In fact, they've milled a lot of rice, and the farmers still have a lot of paddy rice in their homes. So I just went to see how it's going in with the rice, how the MP is supporting the farmers, and how I could also support because I've played in the rice space for some time now, and I do some retailing. So yeah, and they're also they are refurbishing some old ponds to grow catfish and tilapia, and all that is this initiative, and I thought it was something worth seeing.
Great job.
So I drove on the Dawina Road to the K2 North constituency, and on my way to Afajato South, I used the Denu Aflao to Agotimekpetoi to Ho Road, which is under construction. Some sections have very thick asphalt, as thick as beef Foster bread.
Oh.
And I'm excited that road is also seeing some work. Basically, that last weekend, that's about what I spent my time doing.
Good
and also
stuff.
I attended some of the graduation ceremonies for the University of Ghana. Yeah.
Congratulations to all
more stories
graduates.
later. More stories later.
Yeah.
More stories later.
I know
But
you always have them.
this morning, this is one of our big problems that we want to discuss on the show.
The challenge has been where to put them in terms of rehabilitation. It is very expensive housing these guys, some of whom don't even have where they live.
We are preparing a cabinet policy document where I want to go to cabinet to seek the cabinet approval so that we now make it mandatory that nobody will be able to join the public service unless you go through drug tests.
Dario, drug use has become a big problem in the country. In fact, one of my stories from the weekend, I met a young lady on the morning of Friday, and she had her face covered because she would not let me look into her face, right?
Yeah.
When I asked why, she said she had taken gummies in the morning. And the gummies contain some narcotics.
It's become the norm, especially amongst young people, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's normal right now to take stuff that have narcotics in them, and it's a problem, a big one, like you point out.
Yeah, and this morning we'll be discussing that. I've also encountered young people at parties where they just
it has to be there.
They just turn around and the second minute they have a row of marijuana in their hands and they are smoking.
Oh, no.
Both young men, young women. It's getting out of hand, and this morning we really want to talk about it and see how, as a people, we can find a way around this, solve this problem before it becomes a
and also
national
when you're
disaster.
going out for a party, you're not sure what's in whatever you're taking, right? Because they don't usually tell you.
So always go for your bottle of, your bottle of the things I drink. It's safer than the punches and the mixtures because you never know what's in there. So that's one of our big conversations this morning. We'll also be looking at fraud, and there are a lot of stories in the newspapers all coming up here on the Super Morning Show. But it's time for the Joy Business Report, which is brought to you by Omnibasic Bank, not just another bank. And this morning, who gets the trumpet, Daru?
All right, to all those who graduated over the weekend, we want to shout you out and wish you all the best as you step into the world of work.
Those who got your masters, those who got your PhDs.
Yeah.
Charlie, we pray that the knowledge you've acquired, you get the chance to apply that knowledge to drive national development.
Important.
So the
Very
trumpet
important.
goes to all those. Some people graduated from Legon, others graduated from GIMPA. The chief of staff graduated from Legon with a PhD.
I saw that.
Yes. And one of our regular planners we talked to on the show, Kekeli Kofi Amejiro, also graduated with a PhD. So congrats to all of them. The trumpets It's for all of you.
All right, trumpets. Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up, Finance Minister Dr. Kansela Tuforsen reveals 2027 budget, which will be presented in November this year. We'll focus on people, the real sector, and job creation. Also coming up, IMF board to pass Ghana's final review program review and approve government's request for a new policy coordination instrument. Also, inaugural edition of EcoBank Joy Business Financial Dialogue on driving financial inclusion kicks off tomorrow morning with the Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Johnson Isiama set to give the keynote address. Details coming up. Thanks for joining us. My name is Darryl Kwao. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidon and KT Radio. Finance Minister Dr. Kansela Tuforsen has revealed that the 2027 budget, which will be presented in November this year, will be heavy on job creation and people. The minister, who disclosed this on PM Express, noted the move is part of a broader program aimed at creating the needed jobs from next year.
I've already said that the primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP, I'm going to bring it down to 0.5% of GDP. So simple put, I'm going to relax the adjustment by 1 percentage point of GDP. It means you have 1% more to spend on the new economy. We are going to target the real sector of this economy for growth, for young people and for growth. And I don't want to read the 2027 budget. I can assure you that we will focus on the people and turn around this economy at scale and transform it. That is the vision of His Excellency President Mahama, and that is my job to assist him deliver.
You had the Finance Minister Dr. Kansela Tuforsen. While government has rolled out some additional measures to improve revenue mobilization for the rest of the year, it missed out on its half-year target marginally. So can these new measures really turn the economy around? That's the question we posed to tax consultant Francis Timoboy.
If there have enough measures to ensure that this indirect taxes and the domestic tax is able to, increase, then I think that they have room to argue that they can achieve the target without necessarily raising the new taxes. What lies ahead for them is how fast can they accelerate the fiscal electronic devices. Performance of publican AI, 17.5%. Is this going to be sustained? And are they going to address the concerns posed by the importers?
You had tax analyst Francis Timoboy. Now, beverage and manufacturing firms have indicated they will reduce prices of some locally manufactured fruit juices in the coming days. This is coming after the finance minister announced the removal of 20% excise duty on fruit juices produced in the country. Samuel Agri is Executive Secretary of the Food and Beverages Association of Ghana.
Very often, we've been seeing excise duties going up, and once it goes up, the consumer is the one who bears the brunt of the payments. And therefore, industry, for them, anything that produce, whatever tax that goes up, we say we'll pass it on to the consumer. But I think with this time, we are going to see some reduction in certain areas, especially where we also have to look at the cost of utilities. When it comes down, production will become relatively cheaper.
Samuel Agri is Executive Secretary of the Food and Beverages Association of Ghana. The International Monetary Fund Board is set to meet today and pass Ghana on its final program review. The fund is also expected to approve disbursement of more than $300 million to Ghana. We have details in the following report.
The IMF board is going ahead with its meeting today as the government of Ghana made some progress on critical targets, including taking a decision on two banks, that is UMB and Prudential Bank, which included recapitalizing these institutions and addressing some corporate governance issues. Our checks also showed that government has been able to pass some of the significant quantitative and qualitative targets as well as the prior condition needed for this meeting to take place today. The board meeting is coming on the back of the staff-level agreement reached in April this year. The board will also move to Government of Ghana's request for the policy coordinating instrument, a non-financing initiative that would help guide the country and assure foreign investors that Ghana is committed to fiscal discipline. For some, This move will go a long way to consolidate the recent economic stability as well as help Ghana improve its credit ratings in the coming months.
Now, Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Esiama, has revealed that the central bank has been able to mop up more than 12 billion cedis from the market due to an increase in the cash reserve requirement. The regulator made this year increase the reserve requirement, forcing banks to keep a higher fraction of their deposits with the Bank of Ghana, depending on their lending operations. The development has already increased the cost of credit, but speaking at a recent MPC press conference, the governor noted that it is still early days yet to review the requirement.
In terms of liquidity management, we have attained our objectives. All banks are compliant with that new framework currently. But like I explained at the last MPC round, remember the CRR rate used to be somewhere around 8% or 9% for a long time. And so we are in transition. Ultimately, we will get there. We are aware that a couple of banks, due to their peculiar nature, may have some asymmetric, impact of this policy. We are in discussions with them in that regard. But we are in transition and we are observing the impact of that.
Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Johnson Esiama. Now, after weeks of event promotion, the inaugural edition of the EcoBank Joy Business Financial Dialogue Series is set to kick off tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. The event, which will be live on our platforms, will happen at the EcoBank Auditorium and will see the Bank of Ghana Governor give the keynote address. The program will bring together various players in the digital space to explore how we can drive financial inclusion in the country through digital transformation. Turning to other news, food and other commodity prices are expected to witness a significant spike in the coming weeks. That's according to a new World Bank Commodity Pricing Outlook report. Details next.
The World Bank's warning has been influenced by the recent developments in the Middle East, which may again affect the supply of fertilizer, and that could go a long way to impact on food production in Ghana and other countries around the world. There are also challenges to the supply of food, which could compound the situation going forward. However, there are some commodities which, if the price should go up, may come with some good news for the Ghanaian economy. One can talk about the price of gold and cocoa. But for others, they are worried about the impact of this development on inflation in Ghana because majority of what we consume are imported. And the situation, if it's not handled well, could come with some challenges, especially in the area of the cost of living as well as food security in the coming months.
You're listening to the Joy Business Report. Let's get you updates from the financial markets. Government exceeded its treasury bills target once again. The Bank of Ghana auction results show that the government achieved a 30% oversubscription in the T-bills auction. Here's more.
The government received bets worth 12.3 billion Ghana cedis. However, it accepted 11.5 billion Ghana cedis. The 364-day bill was once again the most subscribed bill, as 8.1 billion Ghana cedis of the bids were tendered, representing 65.5% of the total bid. The uptake was, however, 7.8 billion Ghana cedis. The 182-day bill received bids of 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. A little above 1.1 billion Ghana cedis of the bids was accepted. For the 91-day bill, 2.9 billion Ghana cedis of the bids were tendered. A little above 2.6 billion Ghana cedis of the bids were accepted. Meanwhile, interest rates fell on the yield curve. The yield on the 91-day bill went down by 11 basis points to 5.76%. That of the 182-day bill also decreased to 7.68% from the previous weeks of 7.78%. Similarly, the yield on the 364-day bill dropped by 3 basis points to 12.96%.
Let's find out how your investments will fare this week on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Here's Caitlin Datsy of Data Bank Research.
Last week, the stock market ended on a firm footing with price gains in 12 equities against 7 laggards. The top gainers were Intravenous Infusions, Ford's and Clydestone, while Atlantic Lithium, ETI and Zen Petroleum declined. Driven by the price gains, the Ghana Stock Exchange Composite Index surged to a year-to-date return of 74.8%, while the Databank Stock Index surged to a year-to-date return of 90.7%. Weekly turnover decreased to 48.1 million Ghana cedis after trading 6.4 million shares across 32 counters, with MTN Ghana and Casapreco accounting for 76.4% of the market turnover. This week, we expect the share prices of MTN Ghana, Casapreco, and Republic Bank to increase, while ETI, Enterprise Group, and SIC decline. For Joy Business Reports, Caitlin Dazi of Databank Research.
On the commodity market this morning, crude oil has dropped by more than 5% since last Friday to $92.83 a barrel due to the U.S. decision to pause strikes on Iran. Also, gold went up marginally, trading this morning at $4,109 an ounce. Apologies, cocoa was up by $75. It's selling this morning at $5,376 a ton. Somebody nearly tripped in the studio. And on the currency, the dollar going for 11 cedis 71 pesos. That's what major commercial banks are offering their clients. The euro going for 13 cedis 37 pesos. The British pound 15 cedis 66 pesos. And the Forex Bureau is quoting the dollar at 12 cedis 32 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwab. Thanks for listening. It's back to Kojo and the team with more of the Super Morning Show. Hi, Kojo.
Yes, Darryl, thank you so much for bringing us the news.
I know you're going to be talking about the growing trend of online scams. Well,
Yes.
Nana sent a message, says, please, the above online shopping site, he mentions it, scammed my friend and myself a couple of weeks ago. It looks so real. He gives the details. And so that's somebody's experience he's sharing this morning.
We'll be talking about it. I've also been scammed by an online website that looks like what Nana sent to us. Actually, they have some very nice couch be. And it was cheap. Say, Mamin Sonche. And the thing saw me straight. Anyway, thank you for bringing us the Joy Business Report. It's 6:33. You are still listening to the Super Morning Show. My name is Kojo, Akoto Boateng. I'm here with Kojo Yankson, and it's time for our inspirational song for the day. And this one is from Diana Hamilton. The title of the song is The Name of Jesus.
Is a name that calms the seas and tames the storm. I know a name that changes lives and destinies. The wind obey and demons flee. When that name is lifted high, say a bono chidi moa, and such a name bedi and a chi, yes, naya, also. We have come in the name of Jesus, in the mighty name of Jesus. Heaven listens to Jesus when we call on Jesus. Public announcement. We have come in the name of Jesus, in the mighty name of Jesus, because heaven listens to Jesus when we call on Jesus. Say a bono, and Teddy and she, yes, seas and things of storms. I know a name that changes lives and destinies. The wind obey and demons flee. And the name is lifted high. We have come in the name of Jesus, in the mighty name of Jesus, because heaven listens to Jesus when
This is Diana Hamilton with the song The Name of Jesus. It brings us to 6:36 a.m. on the Super Morning Show. Now, the Ghana Meteor Agency says that before you step out today, expect a cool, cloudy start to the day with mist or fog in some areas and the chance of light rain across parts of southern Ghana. Sunshine returns later, but keep an eye on the skies. Thunderstorms or rain are possible over parts of the transition and northern sectors later today. There's a full forecast on their Twitter at GhanaMet. You want to check that out for the morning. Kojo?
Yeah,
it's a rainy season.
But it's a rainy season sort of on the at its end.
I don't know. For Greater Accra region and some parts of the eastern region, we are not getting the rains. But in the Afadato South area, we get it on the regular.
Okay.
Yes. So the rainy season there, we have to go back to the Ghana Meteor Service for an update of the updates so that we know what to do.
Kwaku Santio Hai is here.
Kwaku, good morning.
Kojo, Yankson and Kojo Akoto Boateng.
Kwaku.
Yes, the Kojos.
Morning. Good to have you in the studio. Let me bring you the fuel tip for the morning. Never mix petrol, diesel, kerosene or other flammable products in unlabeled or unsuitable containers. Confusion during use can lead to fires, engine damage or poisoning. Label clearly and store correctly. Comac reminds you that proper storage matters.
Right, time for Say It Right. It's brought to you this and every morning by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. Also by Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
Here on Say It Right, we do our best to correct each other on some commonly mispronounced words. Let's do a double header today. How do you spell the word moto? Are you thinking about it? Well, don't, because that was a trick question. There is no such word in the English language. The words that you are thinking of are motor and motto. Motor and motto. I'll spell them. The first one is M-O-T-O-R, motor. And the second is M-O-T-T-O, motto. Motto, a statement or phrase that summarizes the beliefs of an individual, group, or organization. It comes from the Latin mottum, which means a word. The Italians adopted it first into motto, which means a saying, and the English inherited it with its current definition. A motor is a machine or device that provides the power of movement. It also describes anything that gives motion or power. It comes from the Latin word movere, which means mover or one who moves. In Latin, the word motor itself also existed, and it meant move. So I hope this settles it at last. The words are motor and motto. No such thing as mutu. Not if you're saying it right.
Say it right, and I hope you've learned something new. So, Kojo, motorbike,
Headmaster. The worst one is motor rider.
No, you never can say
motorbike.
Okay. Kokuati.
Matipa.
Okay, let me tell you about the SG Bank PSB loan. Every thriving business started with someone who dared to dream, and Societe Generale Ghana is helping you grow your small and medium enterprises. They are giving you access to financing and banking solutions that will help your SME to grow. As a trusted partner to many businesses across Ghana, SG Bank, Societe Generale Ghana, brings the expertise, experience, and tailored solutions needed to help businesses thrive. So if you need any solutions for your SME, talk to them. They have the finance lease solution, they have the Boafo loan, they have the invoice discounting solutions, and a whole lot more to help your business grow. So visit the nearest Societe Generale Ghana branch today, or visit societegenerale.com.gh for more information. You can also call 0302 214 314 between now and September to learn more about the SME loans promo and discover how they can support the next chapter of your business. Societe Generale Ghana, the future is you.
So let me tell you about the Kingdom's back to school school promo. I mean, from now to September 30, we have the 15% discount on all school items, pens, pencil erasers. You need all of that. All our branches, Accra, Tema, Kumasi, Takrady, Winneba, and Cape Coast. For parents, teachers, students, just please go to Kingdom Books back to school promo and get some really amazing discount. Kingdom Books, where quality and affordability are sure, terms and conditions apply.
And time for the newspaper review, brought to you by Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough, Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, Happy Smile, and Star Oil, quality and affordable fuels for all. We start with you, Koko.
The Ghanaian publisher Bagbin wades into term debate, warns against judicial overreach. Kodia makes case for continuity. Atronia Galamsey crisis, chief reign cases on Bono Minister and Police. Mahama Hills Julius Debres, PhD and Gold Board suspends Dominic Bonsu's license of our regulatory breaches.
The Daily Graphic has a photo of Mr. Dr. Julius Debra.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The latest doctor in town.
With the president and the vice chancellor of the University of Ghana at the graduation. Julius Debra, 156 others bag PhDs. Protecting the public health. Ghana Medical Association demands single-use plastics ban. Asante urges government appointees to justify their positions. And Odogono Senior High School marks its 86th anniversary.
The Daily Guide, minority demands Bank of Ghana refinancing plan, leave Tokwa Apinto chiefs tell Goldfields, and Kodia Frimpong seeks fresh NPP General Secretary mandate, court grants extradition of Abu Trikes accomplice, and stop harassing licensed small-scale miners. Green tea to government.
Okay, let's go to the news center now. NPA fails to trace distribution of 362.6 million liters of fuel. Taxes, levies worth over 300 million feared lost.
Interesting.
That's the big story by the news center this morning.
All the news about NPA. I mean, fuel prices are going up in the last pricing window 3 times.
Yeah.
And diesel is now almost 18 cities.
Almost 18 cities.
Moving tractors.
Yes. I remember when Nana Akufo-Addo was president, diesel went up to 17, 18, 19. When it hit 20, there was a day I went to fill my tank, and it's a diesel car. I bought 500 cedis. I think they didn't get to half tank.
Charlie.
That day I wept. We don't want that. We don't want that.
We need something.
Yes. So the NPA story is the NPA fails to trace distribution of 362.6 million liters of fuel. Atoforsen blames government's limited spending on NPP. 24-hour economy implementation far from reality. This is Dr. Edusa Akoto speaking. And Rift over resigned to contest in NDC deepened by court ruling. And Nanabi Steady Bed Tafo Children's unit nears completion.
The Business and Financial Times 6.7 billion cedi boost for free senior high school get found in student support. And Kokon Keten sees 100% capacity expansion. That's all on the front page of the BNFT. And then 111 billion cedi debt wall spurs bigger sinking fund, liquidity front loaded ahead of redemptions. And also there, today newspaper, GN Bank supports Chicago Ghana Fest, cyber fraud hits online food orders, and 296,000 cedis stolen when it comes to these online food orders. Now you say you are going to buy from KFC or something, you Google the restaurant, and they'll give you a number. You call them like a customer service. They'll talk to you nicely. Oh, the normal Momo is not working. Can you send it to this number? Or you are sending it. By the time they've taken your money for the ride.
It's a big deal. We need to talk about.
It's happened to me twice. I'll tell you the story.
It's not just the online news vendors, like online food vendors. A lot of institutions. It happened to me in Nkranza where some people actually managed to set their own number up for Netco. And they were collecting money from people.
What?
Yeah. And I went to the Netco office, reported it. It happened to me, happened to my mother, and they said it was a big deal. I actually went further to report to someone in national security in the cyberspace to look into that. It's a big problem which we must discuss today.
I mean, last week there was a big conference on Joy News, Haptel and Joy News, the Trust Conference, and even the CEO of the Association of Banks talking about how he came on Joy FM to educate people about fraud. The next thing he dropped the phone, he had been defrauded about 67 Ghana cedis. It's incredible.
Anyway, I tried to order pizza for Fifi, Pizza Hut. Phone number online, called it. Everything went through, made the payment. I'm waiting for the pizza.
Anyway, let's have the final newspaper before we get deeper into these stories. Economic Times, government, BOG both maintain policy stance and the targets in 2026 mid-year budget review. MPC interest rate decision all came around the same time. Now, private sector credit hits 119.6 billion Ghana cedis as cheaper loans revive business borrowing, and banks to adopt biometric ATMs, tighter customer verification, and BOG anti-fraud reforms. That is the Economy Times.
All right, the online review comes up now. It's brought to you by Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Let's do City Newsroom now. So, Ghana Education Service warns tougher sanctions, possible prosecution for SHS misconduct. Ghanaians hold record 40 billion cedi in mobile money wallets. NPA, GEPA, commend Northern Business Fair pledge continued support. Military vehicle, STC bus involved in accident at Nkenkesu. And a Dubois case is simple, not complex. That is Deputy Attorney General Justice Remsai speaking.
Okay, so that should be the Tichima Road, right, in King Castle, the military STC bus crash. Let's get the big stories from My Jaw Online. The top story, IMF board set to approve Ghana's final program review, greenlight post-bailout economic plan. Government is committed to revamping cocoa industry. This is Cocoa Board. And government invests over 900 million Ghana cedis under no stress-free initiative, Education Minister speaking. T-bills, government exceeds target by 30%. Interest rates decline again, which is good for business. And Ghana to deploy condom vending machines nationwide by end of 2026 to boost HIV prevention. And Mahama assures transfer of UGMC to the University of Ghana. Now, there's also a story on Daddy Lumba. 1 year on, sneak peek inside Daddy Lumba's final resting place is also here. And Kweku, you were asking about fuel prices. Oil has slipped 4% after US-Iran pause fighting over the weekend. So it's now around $90-something per barrel. We hope it drops further.
Let's get into the stories. The Ghanaian publisher Bagbin wades into term debate, warns against judicial overreach. It's a Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, has entered the ongoing national debate over constitutional term limits.
Is there a national debate?
I have no idea. No idea. Cautioning the Supreme Court against stretching its interpretative powers beyond the clear provisions of the 1992 Constitution. Speaking at a lecture to commemorate the 150th anniversary of the Supreme Court at the Ghana School of Law in Accra, Mr. Bagbin stressed that the country's apex court must guard against both constitutional overreach and excessive judicial restraint if it is to preserve Ghana's democracy and uphold the rule of law. I mean, like you said, there is absolutely no debate. If you read the constitutional provision in question, it is so clear, it is so obvious. You get 2 terms. The president himself spoke recently and said he's read it. That is the same sense he gets. So the court should just deny jurisdiction, state it clear and emphatically that you get 2 terms only, and until we amend the Constitution, that is what stands.
Besides, I thought the Supreme Court would only sit over an issue that relates to something that's actually happening. No, they don't help.
This is hypothetical.
They don't sit down to help people with their homework.
Exactly.
If you are sitting in your house and you are wondering what the Constitution means, you can't suddenly out of that just go and start a Supreme Court case. So I mean, I would be very surprised if whatever, is it an application? This application, if it sees the light of day.
So no tetem. No ababase. Anyway, let me take you to the Daily Graphic. Protecting the public health. GMA is demanding single-use plastics ban in Ghana. Now, the story says the Ghana Medical Association has called on the government to ban single-use plastics in addition to the ban on styrofoam products used in packaging foods to protect the environment and sustain the health of the public. The association said this measure could lead to a comprehensive solution to food safety. The president of the association, Professor N.S. York, made the call at the association's 26th annual public lecture in Koforidua in the Eastern region last Friday. And this is a very good call by the GMA. And some people have been asking, if we ban plastics, what are the alternatives? We can press rice husk into food packaging. We can use plantain and banana stems for food packaging. There's even contomere. There's banana leaves. There's the wache leaf.
Me in particular, I like the ahabai.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. And at this particular point, if the government is really committed, they should be giving some money to CSR to produce a lot more wache leaf seedlings. Let's have a plan to plant that. Let's have a plan to convert organic waste into packaging. Others are doing it. And this plastics industry is worth millions of dollars. And it's also killing our environment and killing us. So GMA, you've made a great call, and we support you with this call.
Let's see how that one go. The Daily Guide, Mid-Year Budget Review, Minority Demands Bank of Ghana Refinancing Plan. The minority in Parliament has called on government to present a comprehensive and time-bound plan to recapitalize the Bank of Ghana, arguing the central bank's negative equity position remains unresolved despite repeated assurances from the finance minister. Addressing the media in Parliament, former finance minister and ranking member on Parliament Finance Committee, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, criticized the government for failing to outline concrete measures to restore the financial health of the central bank. Dr. Amin Adam argued that the government's claims of prudent economic management were misleading, insisting the country's debt indicators were largely due to the result of the previous government's debt restructuring program rather than by policies introduced by the current government.
There was a story you read about Apinto Chiefs and mining. They had a press event over the weekend. They're basically asking the government not to renew the leases for foreign companies.
Exactly. The story is on page 3.
The communities in the country should be given the right to co-own the mines with
Let me do that quickly. The Apinto Divisional Council has argued that the development undertaken by Goldfields Ghana Limited in communities surrounding the Takwa mine does not reflect the environmental and social cost borne by residents over the decades of mining. The chief says thousands of hectares of land have been degraded, affecting farming and other economic activities. They've been talking to journalist Jasehine of the Apinto Divisional Council, Nana Adakwa Bediako III. So the council's assessment of the mine found that more than 4,000 hectares of Apinto lands have been degraded, depriving many residents, particularly young people, of productive livelihoods. According to the chiefs, they want government to reject the renewal of Goldfields mining lease when it expires in April 2027 and instead allocate the concession to the Ghanaian-owned mining companies.
Right. With all deference to our chiefs, I understand why they are calling for this. Okay, it's been so long since we started complaining about how these big companies come along, they mine, they leave, the communities don't get to see as much development as they would like to see from the presence of these foreign, gold mining companies. So the question is this: if they become the owners, would they develop their communities? If the money comes to them, the chiefs, will they develop their community?
Or they'll buy Rolls Royces.
You see?
And Ferraris.
That is my question. Sometimes I feel like some of these changes, when they are proposed, all I'm hearing is they want to change who chops the money. They not that they want to solve the problem.
But there's also a case to be made for local ownership of key assets. And I'll use Petronas of Malaysia as an example. When they discovered oil, and Norway and Saudi Arabia, because they control their petroleum resources, they've been able to build that sector, and it contributes meaningfully to their economies. In Norway now, on the average, every Norwegian is a millionaire. They have $1.3 trillion in their fund. Petronas gives the government over $40 to $50 billion every year to run their economy. What do we get from something like GNPC? In the oil space, what have we gained from our mineral space? We need to have that conversation and figure out how to own it. Is it human resources? Do we have the human resources? Can we raise the capital to buy the assets needed to run the mines efficiently to give us returns? We are over 60 years old. if we cannot manage our resources and get the right returns for our current and future generations, then there's something to be said about Ghana.
Akoto, once again, the problem with Ghana is Ghanaians, right? I mean, because you've given examples of other countries who have that, where because they've put in place proper systems, people have all benefited.
Yeah.
Right. But over here, you know what's going to happen? One guy will go and take his cut, and then the rest of it. By the way, Goldfields. South African company, am I right?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know if you've noticed, but there is some online chatter about how the whole xenophobia thing and the growing rift between Ghana and South Africa in terms of diplomacy is down to Goldfields. And the fact that there is a scramble to take over Goldfields by local interests.
Kojo, I suggest we facilitate that national conversation one of these days.
Oh yeah.
Let's organize a thought leadership to discuss this and see how we get the best returns from our resources. Now, if you go to page 2 of the news center, NPA fails to trace distribution of 362.6 million liters of fuel. And the story says that the National Petroleum Authority has come under renewed scrutiny after the Auditor General uncovered that it could not properly account for the distribution of 362.56 million liters of petroleum products marked between 2023 and 2025. And the story gives the breakdown: 83 million in 2023, 240 million in 2024, and 69 million liters also in 2024. There's a story with the Vice President in the story. And I'm bringing this story to do a huge Agama lizard. Vice President engages Ghanaian in the United States. I'm not reading the story because I want to give you the details of that story. I'm reading the story because the Vice President's residence has been under construction for over 10 years. And it's not been completed. If you drive through Cantonment and you see that abandoned building, you wonder if our leadership, they really are committed to excellence. Because when this project was started, it was under the NDC government, right?
Yeah.
And then MPP came and Baumia said, how is this so expensive? Why are the doors made of gold? He organized a value for money conference for that. But 8 years, MPP didn't complete it. Now, the government that started it is back in office. And I was wondering, somebody will say, let's complete this project you started. I've not heard anything in the budget, anything anywhere about the Vice President's residence. It's the same attitude we apply to hospitals, to schools, to roads, to key infrastructure. What is wrong with us as a people?
We just sunk millions of cedis into this project, which is sitting there like a big white elephant.
Yeah.
And Jesus Christ.
Where does the Vice President live now?
I don't
in
know.
the same place that Dr. Baumia lived when he was Vice President?
I don't know.
You see, some of these things need to be public knowledge, right? And we need to track them and be able to follow the expenditure, how much it costs us to house these people, right?
Yeah.
Because look, that structure at the time Baumia was calling it was calling it names. They had already sunk millions into it.
Yeah, Kojo, we need to have a conversation about this. And I remember the defense the NDC put up when Baumia was complaining. They defended it. Now they're in office, and nobody has mentioned anything about that.
At least do they finish it, so that somebody can go and live in it.
Use it for some. Use it. Turn it into a school.
Let's go for the BBC News. When we come back, there's a lot more on the Super Morning Show here on Joy 99.7 FM.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up from the BBC World Service, the interview with me, Nikki Beattie, conversations with the people shaping our world. For this episode, we hear from Indian director Rohan Kanewade about his groundbreaking film Cactus Pears, which made history as the first Marathi language film to premiere at the Sundance Film Festival. He reflects on the personal loss that shaped his filmmaking and talks about growing up in Mumbai with parents who accepted his sexuality.
I've heard from some parents where, they, when their children came out to them, they had to educate themselves by reading books on homosexuality and stuff like that, where my mother can't even read anything, and even my father never read any books. So they didn't have to go and read any books about homosexuality, but they just felt that whatever is my happiness, they should just accept it. So, it's that simple. We just complicate these things, but if there is love, things are easy.
Rohan Kanewade. Hear more on the interview after the news.
BBC News with Eileen McHugh. Oil prices have fallen in early trading on Monday morning in response to the US and Iran pausing military strikes on each other. The benchmark Brent crude fell by about 5%. Yola Nell has more.
There have been no reported US attacks on Iran since Friday, while Iran has also held off strikes on American allies around the Middle East following nearly 2 weeks of renewed fighting. That's brought relief to global markets, leading to a fall in oil prices, which had topped $100 a barrel of Brent crude last week. After President Trump apparently put off plans to escalate the US assault on Iran, his ambassador to the UN said he was giving talks a little bit of room. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman has confirmed that mediators are continuing to exchange messages between Tehran and Washington.
President Macron of France will hold a crisis cabinet meeting in the coming hours as wildfires continue to scorch swathes of the country. A huge blaze is closing in on the southwestern city of Bordeaux. Our correspondent Hugh Schofield reports.
The moderately encouraging news overnight was that the main fire near Bordeaux did not get worse. Winds let up and there was even a little rain, which allowed the fire authorities this morning to report that the situation was broadly stable. The less good news is that the weather is about to turn very hot again, with temperatures of up to 40 degrees Celsius expected locally tomorrow. The fire is only 15 or so kilometres from Bordeaux city outskirts. The motorway south of Bordeaux to Spain is cut, and there are no rail services out of the city to the south and west either. The prefect for the Gironde department has urged holidaymakers to stay away.
At least 3 people have been killed and several others injured in a shooting in the US city of Seattle. Police believe 2 people were firing at each other during a street food festival near the landmark Space Needle. The city's assistant police chief, Tyrone Davis, gave us this update.
At 6:01 p.m., gunshots were heard. We had officers in the area, in the immediate area, when these gunshots went off. Officers responded and addressed one of the shooters. That person gave up and was taken into custody. There was another person that we believe that was also involved that fled the scene.
The governor of Indonesia's central bank, Peri Warjio, has unexpectedly resigned 2 years before the end of his current term. The governor said he was stepping down for personal reasons. Mr. Warjio had been in office since 2018 and was viewed as a steady hand helping to guide the biggest economy in Southeast Asia. An interim governor has been appointed. There are concerns President Prabowo might appoint his own nephew as the new permanent governor, stoking fears for the bank's independence. This is the latest world news from the BBC. Britain's new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, will welcome Ukraine's president today as his first foreign leader since taking office. Volodymyr Zelensky is making the visit ahead of a trip to Washington as he tries to push for an end to the war with Russia. Joe Pike has this report.
The message behind this geopolitical choreography is that the man at the top of the British government may have changed, but its support for Ukraine has not. During today's visit to a naval base, Mr Burnham will announce that Britain will hand over the intellectual property behind its new Stone Cloak electronic warfare system. The tablet-sized jamming device can be fitted to drones and is designed to prevent the Russian military detecting them. Instead of the UK giving these jammers to Ukrainian forces, they will now be able to produce the technology at scale themselves.
China's leading memory chip maker has seen its share value soar by almost 500% on its market debut in Shanghai. CXMT briefly became China's most valuable company and raised close to $10 billion. The firm wants to expand its production and development, especially of chips used in smartphones and laptops. Beijing is aiming to strengthen its position in the booming artificial intelligence industry. In the Philippines, a homemade bomb has detonated near the Justice Ministry and another unexploded device has been found near the Senate in Manila. There are no casualties. The incidents took place hours before President Ferdinand Marcos was due to deliver his State of the Nation address. The Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado has said she won't take part in US-backed talks with the government next month. The United States has described the discussions as an important step towards political reconciliation in Venezuela. But Ms. Machado suggested the opposition hadn't been involved in the planning process. She remains in exile after fleeing abroad to collect the Nobel Peace Prize late last year. BBC News.
Hello, I'm Nikki Beattie, and this is
Today, my take: the abuse of free speech, political hypocrisy, and the limits of freedom. If you log on to social media today, you're almost immediately greeted by a toxic cesspool of abuse, reckless falsehoods, and calculated insults. Partisans on all sides have turned digital platforms into arenas for character assassination, relentlessly attacking public figures, including the president and his wife, with outright lies and vitriol. Now the state machinery has swung into motion, and individuals are being arrested and hauled before the courts for their words like never before. So far, almost double the number in 2 years than the entire administration of President Akufo-Addo, 8 years. Let me be clear. As I have maintained consistently over the years, this ugly subculture of free speech abuse must end. I don't know why you can't take on the issues rather than insult elders, people. Freedom of speech was fought and won to safeguard democracy, to hold power accountable, and to champion truth, not to serve as a license to malign citizens or act foolishly. However, my stance remains unchanged. Custodial sentences and criminal prosecutions are not the remedy in most of the cases. Weapons of state power, like Section 208 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act and Section 76 of the Electronic Communications Act, should not be deployed as criminal hammers against foolish or offensive speech. The solution lies in civil remedies, robust public discourse, and social media opprobrium. What is truly bewildering? Yes, what is truly bewildering, however, is the sudden shock expressed by politicians, especially President Mahama and the NDC. I don't know why they are shocked over this growing trend. Really, it begs the question, why the sudden outrage? The NDC and the leadership of the current government were without doubt the biggest beneficiaries of the misinformation and insult fest that characterized the last two elections. Yes, the last two election campaigns. Never once did they express revulsion or publicly rebuke their social, serial callers and social media activists who insulted, vilified, and maligned almost every prominent politician in the NPP, as well as respected traditional chiefs and elders across this country. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You cannot nurture a monster for political expediency during elections and then feign horror when it begins to bite everyone around you. In the middle of this saga, former Vice President and the NPP flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, issued a press release calling on the Ghana Police Service and the Attorney General to discontinue the prosecution of an NDC organizer in Agona West, who was arrested for allegedly publishing false news and making offensive comments about him. Dr. Bawumia made it clear that he never lodged a complaint or sanctioned any prosecution, reaffirming his conviction now, that the answer to offensive speech is better speech, and the answer to falsehood is truth, not handcuffs, courtrooms, and crushing bail conditions. Predictably, critics have pounced on Dr. Bawumia, pointing out that he remained silent when similar speech-related prosecutions occurred under the administration in which he served as vice president. While that criticism is understandable, from a historical perspective, the hypocrisy of NDC critics claiming these current prosecutions are in the name of the Republic and therefore beyond political intervention is glaring. They conveniently forget history. Back in July 2011, when the late MPP activist, he became Deputy Finance Minister. He was my mate in Legon and became my friend. John Kuma was picked up by the police for allegedly making offensive comments about the late President John Evans Atta Mills. President Mills himself directly instructed the police to release him because he was not interested in pursuing the case. If President Mills could intervene to prevent the criminalization of speech directed at him, Dr. Bawumia is entirely entitled to disavow prosecutions done purportedly in his name. Of course, he's a politician. He can see what is going on. This is being done to attempt an equalization so that it can be said that it's not only people who are maligning and insulting the First Family and NDC politicians who are being arrested and prosecuted and put in jail, but even in the NPP, those who insult the flag bearer are also facing same things. It is my prayer that politicians across the spectrum finally digest this painful lesson. In the lead up to the last election, the last two elections, you know the people you promoted in this insult fest. You know the people you promoted who maligned everybody in this country. They respected no elder. They respected no chief. No corporate executive was spared, except their NDC. You kept quiet. You said absolutely nothing. President Mahama, most of the insult, most of the misinformation and the maligning was done in your name. You know it. You didn't pause 1 minute to disavow it. You've nurtured a monster, and now it is grown. And people are latching onto that. They feel it is okay. Please, don't underestimate what the ordinary person learns from the people at the top. They feel it is right. That's why they are doing it. Please learn the lessons. This is not how to grow our democracy. Free speech is a sacred constitutional right, but it carries responsibility. And those of you who are doing this, including journalists, you make it difficult for us, the advocates, against the repressive legislations that are being used. It is not a permit for lawlessness, nor is it a shield for foolishness. And that will be my take.
Samson, let me be very honest with you. There seems to be an indecent haste to prosecute what I call political cases. Because there's a justice delivery system in which the judges are not by themselves in a hurry to prosecute people, to adjudicate matters. You could go and do an audit of the adjournment mechanisms in the court. If you do a proper audit, you see that, look, cases are treated in the normal course of events. And a judge could tell you that, look, I'll adjourn this case. Some people can even, some of the judges will even adjourn, 2 months, an adjournment. Okay. So now, this is a special case. They take it to a special court. And the judge will tell you that, look, you can't go to another court and then maybe do a case whilst I'm waiting. You need to come to this court, and then we proceed with the case. What is the meaning of that? It is ministering to the generality of our people. Now let's do an ambulance trial relative to political cases. But when we come to the civil cases about land matters, the same energies these judges are using in trying to, adjudicate criminal cases, are they applied to civil cases? That if you got a very good land case, a judge will tell you, like my previous situation, come to court at 9 o'clock, and then let's adjudicate till lunch time, and then go and have lunch and come back, and I'll close at 4. Are the judges giving, their energies to the political criminal cases, but the rest of the cases which are not so, or other criminal cases, they won't give it the attention. So there is a good grounding for the position that, as if the judges are in an ambulance mood to, jail people. Let me tell you something which is frightening. Justice hasn't gotten a political term of 4 years. And when some people are saying that, let's run an ambulance of a justice delivery system, then we are saying that, we are trying to placate Jubilee House. Because they are interested, together with their constituencies, that people should be jailed. So that they say, this is a very serious government. If you are very corrupt, we're going to deal with you. And guess what? That kind of frenzy in NDC and in Jubilee House should not find expression in the court of competent jurisdiction. A court of competent jurisdiction wouldn't want to care about the fact that, how many people can we jail? So they will say that we are politically consequential. No, that is not justice delivery. And this is my chief concern. So, for instance, when we said we wanted the judge to consider the constitutional matters, something, all that you need to do is that, look, I want to make a referral to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court will come out with its decision on the constitutional matters raised by a counsel for the accused persons. And then that should be the way I should go relative to the decision I've given. Guess what? The decision had been put together already. The constitutional matters and even the motion to move them did not minister to the judge at all. And the judge had the judgment written out before, we look at the issue of the motion. What is that ministering to everybody? Now look, I'm ready to, do what I want to do, and I will not be persuaded by any constitutional matter. That leaves much to be desired. So there is a serious grounding for the proposition that judges who have political cases to deal with are in an ambulance mood. Samson, it is important to come to terms with the fact that a high court should never graduate into the Supreme Court when there are constitutional interpretations borne out by the trial. I want to stress that. And the very authorities that the judge cited condemns her own conclusion. And let me refer to the Ezanoto case that the judge applied. If you look at page 12 of the decision, the judge cited the Mekankan case and then also cited the Duamwa case, and then came to ex-parte James the case, and there's another case. At page 55 of the Ezanoto case, this is what Justice Atukuba JSC said. Indeed, in that case, the court held that a lower court ought not readily to assume that constitutional provision is plain and unambiguous. What is the entailment of this? When you are said that a constitutional matter is before you, and to your mind it is clear that this is not a constitutional interpretation but a statutory interpretation, and where rival meanings have been placed on the Constitution vis-a-vis the laws under which they were charged, as expressed in ex parte Akosa. The defense is asserting that the law sins against Article 1911 because the law is not clearly defined, the Minerals Act, as to
the criminal, matter vis-a-vis the penal consequences of those things. And that was sinned against the Constitution. Make a referral to the Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to interpret. The Attorney General says, no, that is not the case. It is plain on the face of it. Samson, I beg to submit that rival meanings have been placed on Article 91 vis-a-vis the Minerals Act, and therefore the judge should have left the matter to the only forum that is so preserved to interpret the Constitution. And for my part, this is a ground of appeal that the judge usurped the interpretation powers of the Supreme Court, and to that extent became the Supreme Court and interpreted matters that the Supreme Court is supposed to interpret.
You seem to suggest that the High Court judge, once a lawyer or a party triggers what they feel is a question that must go to the Supreme Court, should just fold their arms and push the matter to the Supreme Court. They have no discretion in the matter. That's what you're suggesting.
At all, far from that. You see, because were there consequential interpretations before the judge?
We're also here to just reduce your stress before the stress begins, okay? Yeah, so good morning to all my Shaman friends.
Yes.
Shaman Michael, Shaman Bob Marley.
Shaman Bob Marley.
Bob Marley, yes. It's 7:22 and it's this Super Morning Show. I'm here with Kojo Yankson. Kojo is also here as well. And this morning we bring you the Deadly Dose documentary once again. We brought it to you last year. We are bringing you an update.
Deadly
Dose. The drug problem is almost becoming a crisis in the country. How do we solve it? Earlier this year, if you remember, when the security services were recruiting, there was a mandatory drug test, and a lot has come out of that. Now, the Minister of Interior is proposing that before people are employed into the public service, they undertake drug tests, because the data we are getting suggests that a lot of the youth are on drugs and they are able to take drugs without the system actually catching them or getting to know they are actually taking drugs. It's a lot going on in this big country of ours, and we think it's a problem we need to discuss together. So we bring you Double Dose 2 today.
Deadly Dose.
Deadly Dose. You know, it's a double edition. Right? It's Deadly Dose 2 today here on the Super Morning Show.
Yeah, Deadly Dose.
That's been where to put them in terms of rehabilitation. It is very expensive housing these guys, some of whom don't even have where they live.
We are preparing a cabinet policy document where I want to go to cabinet to seek the cabinet approval, so that we now make it mandatory that nobody will be able to join the public service unless you go through drug tests.
That was Minister for Interior preparing a document for cabinet so that nobody can join the public service without going through drug tests. All this and more coming up this morning.
They're infused. You have the edibles, you have the toffee, you have the sobolu. Basically, what you want to infuse it with. So like adding weed to something. And most guys, they say when they get high, that's when like they're able to like function well. That's how they're able to like steady, write their song, write their music, like do what they want to do.
Yes, so you go for a party, you know you are drinking sobolo or you are eating some cake. Before you know, you are gone, you are high, because a lot is being infused. And look, these days, with just a simple phone call, and I've seen it, with just a simple phone call, a lot of people get access to all sorts of drugs. All sorts of drugs. Where are the drugs coming from? How do we police our borders? How do we help people who are addicts to go through rehabilitation and get reintegrated into the system? How do we educate people in schools? How do we police the system to solve the problem? It's a big problem. Look, you see a lot of youth drinking energy drinks, and they are adding all sorts of tablets, 250, 260, 122. it's a big problem we are discussing this morning on the show.
Yeah, indeed. And you talked about infusions, and people are getting creative with it.
Yeah.
You have to be very careful now.
Yeah.
There were reports from NACOC that they've been arresting people on the campus of Central University for selling kusianimeko infused with weed.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the kick on that one?
You grind the pepper, you drop your weed, and you grind it, add a lot of salt and MSGs
and then
to give it the taste.
You have smoke and gas coming out of both orifices. It's crazy. So look, I mean, it's getting to the point where, and it's not just weed and some of these Class A drugs, but it's also the prescription drugs that are being abused, right? Deadly Dose is the documentary that introduced some of us to Winnie Red.
Yeah.
Right. And of course, there are these opioids just flooding the streets and creating mayhem amongst families. Today's documentary brings us all the way up to date with what's happening with that in Ghana.
And we'll hear from the Minister of Interior, we'll hear from the Minister of Youth Development, we'll hear from healthcare practitioners in this particular space. And we'll hear from a lot of the youth who are on drugs sharing their experiences with us this morning on the show. But we also talk about cyber fraud. We'll talk about cyber fraud. Kojo has lost money. I have lost money. I know you have lost money. You get us, and the fraudsters are so smart. Kojo, if I tell you my experience with that power meter thing in Nkranza and how they got my 7,000 cedis, you'll be shocked.
Oh, 7,000.
You will be shocked.
Oh, mine was just 350.
I was having a conversation with my mother the night before. In the morning, she gets a call from somebody that, Auntie Abuna, it's open meter. So we are here to deliver the meter. Then she says, me bani frinkayaba, so talk to my son. Then they call me, your mother says you just returned and you need her to fix a new meter, because we don't want you to come to the office and waste your time. Just send this amount of money and then come to the office and sign the documents. 7,000 cedis was gone. And they were so believable, even for someone like me. There are bankers who have lost money. All of us are losing money. So we are going to talk about this cyber fraud thing and see how we fix that problem in this country, so that the over 200 or so million Ghana cedis we are losing to fraud every year, we minimize that.
And we want your examples, because we know it's happened to you. We know that it's happened to so many people. I mean, the examples are, tell us how it happened, okay? Because we can learn from each other as well and make sure that we protect ourselves. I tried to order Shezami. And I wanted a friend of mine who had visited from South Africa to try banku and tilapia, right? And someone said, Shezami makes great banku and tilapia. So I went online, because I'd never ordered from them before. I went online and went to Instagram, and their page came up. Phone number, everything. I called the number. Someone called, someone answered. I felt the person was a bit rude because they didn't mention the name of the company, just said hello. And I said, is this Shezami? He said, yes, please. And then took me through the process. And I made a massive order.
Look,
plenty banku.
We'll get more from that later. But you know the part that amazes me? The please and the God bless you. Every statement, the fraudsters, the scammers, yes, please. God bless you. Yes, please. Still no Mudusika. Anyways, coming up to 7:30 is the Super Morning Show. Kweku is still here. Let me remind you that the BBC News is brought to you by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us. Glyco, we cushion you for life. Oba Spaghetti. It's made for you. Call your people, call your crew. Come chop. Everybody chop Oba. Go stop. Oba, come chop, everybody chop. And you can send us your messages 055-1111-997, 055-1111-997, and also via social media. The hashtag is JoySMS. We'll be ready. We are ready to read your messages, and we'll be glad to hear your thoughts and your examples on the various conversations we are having. Now, your salary deserves better, so switch to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy amazing benefits, lower interest rates, higher loan amounts, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. It's time to switch and smile wider with Fidelity Bank. Call them on 0800-003-355. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
Let's talk water tanks. You know the secret to real water storage. It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's not the correct tank. That is right. Tortoise tank, Syntex tank is the champion of water tanks. It is strong and durable and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. Rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So my people, go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have a tortoise on it, it is time to upgrade. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage storage that is tough like a tortoise. Call 0244 335 168 to buy now or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex Tank, strong, tough.
And if you're a frequent traveler or you don't travel as much, but you still need the comfort and the convenience that comes with travel, download the Oya Bus Ride. You can book your trip from your phone, choose your preferred seat, select your pickup location, track your journey, and even monitor driver behavior for added peace of mind. And Oya is piloting on the Accra-Kumasi stretch. So if you want to travel between Kumasi and Accra and Kumasi, just download the Oya app. You can choose the routes that works best for you, and you can choose where they should pick you up, and they'll do that for you. So go to Google Play Store or the App Store. Oya Bus Ride, download it now. Oya Bus Ride, no giddy giddy. Oya, let's go.
From now until the end of October 2026, Bank of Africa is offering short-term loans at very slim rates to salaried workers. We understand you have urgent needs to sort out. That is why we give you that quick turnaround time, whether it's school fees, prospectus, car maintenance, or that much deserved family vacation. Bank of Africa will sort you out fast. Visit the nearest branch or chat Fafa at www.boaghana.com to sign up, or you may also WhatsApp 0244 338226 for inquiry. Sometimes all you need is a quick fix. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. And your security starts with you. If you don't have to share it, they can't have it. Shine your eyes. This is a fraud alert by the Bank of Africa in partnership with the Ghana Association of Banks.
And if you're planning a trip abroad, I recommend Glyco Travel Insurance for you. Before you fly, get Glyco Travel Insurance. It helps you deal with medical emergencies, flight delays, lost luggage. And Glyco, we all know, always have you covered every step of the way. So visit any Glyco Live branch or call 055 5305 547 055 5305 547. Travel smart, travel protected. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Kojo, let me tell you about Valex Lease Equip Limited, Ghana's leading photocopier leasing company. Why buy a multifunctional photocopier when you can lease and pay as you copy and print, or design your own payment plan? Lease an A4, A3 heavy-duty MFP with sorter, stapler, finisher, production machine with sorter, stapler, finisher, and enjoy free toners, cartridges, free repairs, free maintenance. Follow Me Printing, centralized monitoring of all staff, and nationwide coverage. Forget about the unnecessary expensive gimmicks and save yourself over 60% cost. Join hundreds of satisfied customers across every sector and all the 16 regions and lease an MFP from us. Visit us at www.valexlease.com or call us on 0244 644048 0535208661 or 0208603312. Remember, Valex Lease is a wholly owned Ghanaian company. Terms and conditions apply. Valex Lease, affordable equipment management solutions.
There's a big man asking me that, hey, could you have 7K and you gave it to scammers? General, when a young man wants to please their mother, whether they have the money or not, they will find it. And when scammers know you want to do the right thing for your mother, they'll play to your emotion and chop your money. And a lot of people have suffered that. So this morning you want to learn your experience. 055 997. Now, the Global Conference on Human Resources in Africa returns this August, between 12th to 15th of August at Kempinski Hotel. It's a big deal. Expect keynotes, panels, innovation labs, master classes, exhibitions, and the sponsors: SHRM, LinkedIn, MTN, PwC, D Local Payroll, Atlas Copilot, CIFA, and more will be there to ensure that your HR management is enhanced for your businesses. You can visit gchrafrica.com or you call 055 408 1727 for more information.
Imagine paying for Netflix and your subscriptions, shopping online, or booking travel, all with one secure card that lives on your phone. That is the Zenith Virtual Card from Zenith Bank. Instant, secure, and designed for your lifestyle. Embrace a smarter way to pay online. Create your card today by the Z mobile app, Zenith Internet Banking, or USSD *966#. The Zenith card, the Zenith Virtual Card. No plastic, more convenience. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
And Total Marketing, Total Energies Ghana Limited is giving you the Excellium new formula, the incredible fuel which gives you 3-in-1. It has 3-in-1 power. It's basically, it cleans your engine, it extends its life, and it lowers your fuel consumption. So your vehicle gets the right fuel for the right function. And it also has the cumulative effects, which ensures that it helps you deal with corrosion. It has anti-wear properties. It has detergent additives as well. And it lowers your CO2 emissions. So if you want the right fuel for your vehicle, go to any Total Energies outlet and get the Excellium new formula. Choose Excellium. Choose quality.
Mommy, daddy, you know why children leave home very neat and return looking so different? I'll tell you, non-stop action, all the learning and sports burn energy. So those sweat, stains, torn uniforms and dirty shoes, they show that your kid has been very active. That's why they need nourishment and energy at breakfast. So give them the nutritious Milo every day. Milo contains vitamin D that support energy release to help their daily performance. Milo, energy to go further. This advert is FDA approved.
And there's a lot more coming up this morning on the show. We'll be talking about the drug use, which is really spreading across the country. Also be talking about scamming and related matters here on the show. 055-1111-997. We'll be happy to read your messages. Now, imagine choosing your own global destination, enjoying flights, a 4-star hotel, and unforgettable experiences, all paid for. Stanbic Bank, in collaboration with MasterCard, are making it possible with the World on Your Card promo. You simply sign up for a new mobile Money Wallet MasterCard. That is the Money Wallet MasterCard. You load or reload $200 or more between now and 14th August 2026 to stand a chance to win a worldwide travel package for 2 to a destination listed on priceless.com. Simply put the World on your card and stand tall. And so talk to Stanbic Bank today. Now, Franco is still phone papa fee. If you are looking for the best mobile phones, accessories, electronic retail outlet, you need to talk to Franco today. They are giving you 40% discount on their digital platform. So download the Franco Trading app, Franco on Google Play Store, or visit francotrading.com. Franco, still phone papa fee. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, your birthdays, sports, Uncle Ibo will join us as well. And we'll also bring you Business Minutes at 8 here on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Give me just a minute. I'll just read some of them.
We'll get into those details.
Yes.
But why do you say that's not what you are seeking? If the judge has a discretion to exercise.
Yes.
And she has exercised the discretion that from where she sits and reading the provisions that you say are vague. For that matter, let's go to the Supreme Court for an interpretation.
Yeah.
And she takes the view that they are plain, they are not vague. She can understand them. She has no need to get the Supreme Court involved. Why do you fault her?
You see, from the jurisdictional perspective, the power to interpret the Constitution when the arrival means is not reserved for the trial judge.
She's not interpreting, she's applying.
She interpreted it and even came to the conclusion that it is clear. And that is a very serious interpretation because the issues before her were deeper than clear. And even at a point in time, the judge actually said the penal provision is not borne out by the law. I can show you from the decision. She said that.
I read that.
Yes, it's there. So
but she tells you that the punishment, as you are talking about,
yes,
which Article 1911 says, ought also to be prescribed.
Yes.
Whilst you don't find it in, is it 99?
Yes.
99 2B.
Yes.
Within the same law.
Yes.
You find it. So
yes,
she didn't understand what you were talking about because if you read the law in full, you find it.
It's an interpretation.
It's an application.
You see, she was not applying the law as it ought because in the sense, when there is a criminal offense tied to a penal situation, a consequence, understand, and one in which it is not borne out by the law that this particular infraction is tied to this, what's it called, penalty, then it sins against Article 1911. With the greatest of respect to the judge, I believe that her understanding of the assignment, is self-defeating. In the first instance, that assignment is a legal arrangement because every assignment of a mineral right should seek the approval or should have the approval of the ministers. And a former minister is here. I do not believe that the minister will approve of an assignment of a mineral right when the so-called assignment is an oral engagement. Ministers do not approve of oral contracts or assignments. What the ministers do is that there should be a clear-cut case that, oh, somebody has a mineral right, a concession holder, and wants to give it to another person. So therefore, the requirement of writing is very essential in this case. And guess what? This case was bereft of any writing by way of an assignment. It was a case of your word against mine. Go and work on the concession and do reclamation. Plant coconut seedlings as much as you want to do. And when there's a harvest, we split, 50-50. So therefore, if the judge should say that the mere fact
for fee collection and other payments, so chat or call Fafa at boaghana.com for details. Franco Trading Enterprise, still phone Papa Fie, and we'll bring your birthday messages later on the show. This brings us to Sports Center, which is brought to you by MTN. Switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go SIMless today. Standard Chartered, here for good. DSTV, the biggest football tournament just ended, and DSTV has a whole lot more for you. If you want to catch up on the FIFA World Cup, just get your DSTV set. And the EPL, the other games are also coming shortly. So renew and enjoy DSTV, your home of entertainment. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people. Now, some days business goes well, and some days one unexpected expense can throw all your plans off. That's part of the hustle. So when you need a little support to keep things moving, just talk to MTN. There is Mesika by Adeshiman Savings and Loans. It's here for you. If you're an MTN merchant, you dial *171#, go to financial services, select loans, select Mesika, and follow the prompts. You could qualify for an instant loan of up to 5,000 Ghana cedis. In times like this, you say to yourself, Mesika day for me. And you know that Standard Chartered has been with us for 130 years. They are still here to grow your businesses, to help you make an impact. So talk to them. They believe that we can achieve more by partnering together. Standard Chartered is here for good. Hisense is everywhere in the country. They are everywhere. They give you up to 5 years manufacturer defect warranty on their products, and Hisense is offering you best for quality, best for durability. So visit hisense.com.gh to check out all their products, and follow them on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube for the latest promotions. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people. Achu is here.
Achu, when is Achu getting married?
That's not a question for a Monday morning. Kuku.
Is Kuku himself married?
Achu, good morning.
Good morning, Kojo. How are you doing?
I'm well. Yes. I hope you are well too.
Yes,
over
by
to
the
you,
grace
sir.
of God, I'm good. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Centre. Let's get straight to Glasgow, where the 2026 Commonwealth Games is currently ongoing in Scotland. It's not been a lot to celebrate for Team Ghana in the opening 72 hours of the competition. In fact, Ghana's boxing campaign suffered a major setback with 3 fighters eliminated in the first 3 days of the tournament. Nancy Bamford lost by unanimous decision to Northern Ireland's Nicole Clyde in the women's 54 kg round of 16 event yesterday, and 2 hours later, Adelaide Dede Jabate also exited after a unanimous points defeat to Fiji's Yasmin Diana Kamakama. 4 judges scored it 30-26 in favor of the Fijian, while the 5th also returned a 30-25 verdict against Ghana's Dede Jabate. Their defeats follow Wahib Omar's first round exit, but Ghana Boxing Federation President Alhaji Dauda Fuseni is optimistic that things will change in the coming days.
Yeah, they are doing well. They are trying. They are not doing, bad at all. But just that, like I said earlier on, our strength doesn't lie with the female team, like the females. Our strength lies with the male team. So we are trying the female, and they are not doing bad. You could see. They are also trying their best. I think they need a little sharpening and some few things. So I believe we'll go back home to work on those things. But the male, dear, we assure you better. So it will be fine.
Elsewhere, Ghana's Amadou Mohamed, he is through to the men's bantamweight quarterfinals. He advanced after stopping Kiribati's Eriu Temakau in the first round. The referee halted about just 57 seconds in after a crashing right hook sent Temakau to the canvas. He says the job is not done.
I'm very proud because our coach supported us, prayed for us, and we can get there. So my message now is Ghanaians, keep on praying for us. We have not done yet. We read the medal zone, then we can speak. So thank you all.
That was Amadou Mohamed speaking. Well, his next bout is on Tuesday. Meanwhile, the boxing will continue today with Ramatukwe fighting in the women's 51 kg round of 16, Ebenezer Ankra in the men's 60 kg round of 16, Precious Nete in the men's 70 kg round of 16, and Desmond Papu in the men's 80 kg round of 16. Meanwhile, athletics will also start this week. In fact, this morning with the men's 100-meter event taking center stage. Ghana's Abdul Rashid Saminu, Benjamin Azamati, and Isaac Botio will all compete in the first round. Saminu races in heat 12, Azamati in heat 5, and Botio in heat 9. Remember that the top two in each heat qualify automatically for the semi-finals. The heats begin at 9:10 a.m. Ghana time. To football, and 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations started last night with Morocco putting 4 past Kenya in the opening game, while Algeria also beat Senegal by 2-0 in the other game on Sunday. For the Black Queens, they'll begin their campaign on Wednesday when they take on Cape Verde. Here's head coach Kim Lasiokagrin speaking.
I think we're going to see a team, and I hope so as well, of course, that's just going to improve more and more for every game. Many players have been a little bit off season, but step by step, the most of the players is getting better and better. We can see that in a technical aspect, many did their best game today. So hopefully we will be even better prepared in the next week and then grow into the tournament.
That's Kim Lasiokagrin, who's the Black Queens head coach. At 5 p.m. today, South Africa face Tanzania, while Cote d'Ivoire take on Burkina Faso at 8 p.m. in that group game. The Black Satellites, remember, are also in action in the WAFU B Under-20 Championship in Cote d'Ivoire at 2 p.m. today. They face rivals Nigeria in Yamoussoukro as they begin their quest to qualify for the Under-20 AFCON. Here's head coach Maxwell Konedu.
We also pose the same threat to others, the Nigerians, matches between these two nations is always a top liner. I mean, everybody goes in with his full arsenals to try to carry the day. And I think the Nigerians will throw every arsenal at us, but we have to respond positively to at least carry the day.
Senegal's appeal against the decision to strip them of their Cup of Nations title will be heard by the Court of Arbitration for Sports on the 8th of October. Remember that Morocco were awarded a 3-0 victory by CAF after ruling that Senegal forfeited their January 18 AFCON final match for walking off the pitch in protest of a penalty decision despite returning to win 1-0. In club football, Hatzevok have appointed Bosnian Nibosa Kapor as head coach on a 2-year contract. The Bosnian has previously coached Tema Youth, Bechem United and Mediama SC in the Ghana Premier League. Meanwhile, Liberty Professionals co-founder Alaji Inisa has denied allegations that he threatened caretaker and CEO Felix Yankson, insisting the police complaint against him is an attempt to frustrate efforts to return the club to the family of the late Alaji Slaitete. Alaji Inisa reported to the Danceman police station on Sunday after Ansong allegedly accused him of making death threats. He spoke to Joy Sports.
I'm here because I'm striking every angle to understand the sale of Liberty Professionals through Felix Ansong and the sale of some other properties that was owned by late Alhaji Ibrahim Slaitete. I've gone to actually been two different places that was owned by Slaitete, and Ansong got to know, and he sent basically people to kind of harass me and attack me, and then turn around and came to Dansuman police station and make a report that I, Alaji Sanusa, said I was going to kill him. So that is why I'm here, to basically defend myself. And upon a review that I've shown to the CID at Dansuma, we realized there was nothing of that sort.
family feud of sorts. We do hope that it gets resolved amicably and very quickly. Away from that, Cape Verde goalkeeper Vozinha, he's emerged as one of the World Cup's biggest surprise packages. He's reached an agreement to join Chilean side Colo Colo. South Korea midfielder Lee Kang-in, meanwhile, he's joined Atletico Madrid on a contract running until June 2031 following his departure from French side PSG. And in boxing, former world heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua, he survived an early scare before knocking out Albanian Christian Prenga to set up his long-awaited showdown with Tyson Fury. He was fighting for the first time since losing two close friends in a car crash in Nigeria last December. He was knocked down twice in the opening round after a fierce assault from Prenga. He's 36 years of age now, and he managed to recover to stop his opponent and keep his hopes of a clash with Fury alive. Ending the Joy Sports Center.
Thank you, Atru, for bringing us the Joy Sports Center. It's now time for Food for Thought, which is brought to you by Riverman Productions. Be the difference.
The difference.
And Uncle Ibo is here. Uncle, good morning.
Oh, Kojo, good morning. Always good to hear your voice.
Good to hear your voice too. What to say, Uncle?
Oh, God is taking good care of his children.
You have to pay Winston royalties for this.
It's a kind of royalty I'll be more than happy to pay. It's a good statement. It's a good affirmation to
God
make.
is still taking care of his children.
Taking good care of his children.
Yeah.
And how are you and your family? Oh, by the way, are you the one who was trying to make Achu hot this morning?
No. It was cool. We will sanction him for that. He wanted to stress the young man this morning. But Ashu should marry. We want to go and eat jollof at his wedding.
Okay, well, I'll leave you to that. Now, Kojo, on Thursday, on the occasion of my 43rd wedding anniversary, I told you that when I married, I had a gender shock in much the same way that people get a cultural shock.
Yeah.
This morning, I want to share with you one of the biggest discoveries I made only after I was married. Here is a discovery. Women have WNN. You know, we have CNN and other major news networks. Well, women have their own news network. I call it WNN for Women's News Network. And it is more efficient than CNN and all the other major news networks combined. The effectiveness of WNN stems from the fact that it has correspondents everywhere, and the correspondents are made up of the woman's network of her female siblings and cousins and the friends and schoolmates and churchmates of those siblings and cousins. Next in her network are her own friends and the family, friends and colleagues and church members and schoolmates of those friends. And then comes her female colleagues in the office and their own friends and family and church members. And then you have her neighbors, her schoolmates with their respective families and friends and so on. The network for every woman is huge. And everyone in a woman's network volunteers as a freelance correspondent for WNN. Now, this is how WNN works. When a woman meets or encounters a man whose woman she knows, she feels it is her duty to call the woman or someone close to that woman to report she has sighted her man with a full description of whichever female he may be with at the time of the sighting. In other words, every female in a woman's network makes herself the eyes and ears of that woman and becomes a correspondent of WNN. And they are very efficient at filing reports about the movements and activities of a man whose woman they know. The effectiveness of WNN is such that a man must know that when his woman asks him a question, half of the time she already knows the answer. I discovered WNN by accident. In the early days of our marriage, I was doing a lot of counseling. And because I was working full time, I scheduled my counseling from 5 p.m. There was one counselee, a young lady who lived at Bawe in those days, in the days when Bawe was just opening up. For one of our sessions, I decided to drive from my office at Kokomemle to her home so we could talk in the car. Now, in those days, most of the roads in Bawe were just tracks created by the movement of tipper trucks carrying sand and stones to building sites. The lady's house was one of the few completed buildings in that area. And because most of the buildings were uncompleted, the area was dark when we got to her gate. Her house was also dark because she had not been home to put on the lights yet. We had not finished talking when we got to her gate, and so we stayed in the car for about 10 minutes more or so before she got down. And Kojo, for those 10 minutes, I did not see even a dog pass. I did not get out of the car, but waited till for her to open her gate before doing a U-turn to make my way back to Kokomemle where I lived. When I got home, Florence asked me, Ebo, are you coming straight from the office? Now, Kojo, I must confess to my shame that there was a time I would have said, oh yes, to avoid having to answer too many questions. But after an unfortunate incident, I had resolved that no matter how uncomfortable it got, I would not lie to my wife. It was simply not worth it. And so, with the benefit of that resolve not to lie to my wife, when she asked if I was coming from the office, I said, no, I am coming from Bawe. So and so came to see me, and I decided to take her home. Florence said, Then she said, will you eat? I said, yes, I'm hungry, because I did not make time for lunch today. So she warmed the food for me and served me at the dining table. Now, Kojo, usually, she left me to eat in peace. But this time, after serving me, she took a seat directly in front of me. She watched me eat for a moment, and then she said, Ebo, why are you like that? I said, why am I like what? She said, you took a lady all the way to her house. When you got there, you saw that there was no light, and yet you did not get down from your car to walk her into her house. That is what a gentleman is expected to do. But you did not do that. You just sat in your car and watched her walk in the dark to her gate. Why? I was shocked, but I played it cool and continued eating as if we were having a very normal chat. But Kojo, there was nothing normal at the information my wife seemed to have about what had happened at Bawe. But there was more to come. She said, but why did you do U-turn? I was told that if you had gone forward about 50 meters and turned right, that road is far better and shorter than the one you used. Kojo, that was my introduction to the efficiency of WNN. And now, the lesson from that discovery for men. Never lie to your woman. A correspondent of WNN will expose you. You know, in marriage, as in business, honesty is always the best policy. And Kojo, that's my presentation for this morning.
So she knew there was no power in the area, and she even knew the best road you should use.
She knew I had done U-turn.
And if you had not eaten, hey, Uncle Ibo, cow problems. I don't know why when we go home and our wives ask us to eat and we say, oh, we've already eaten, they take offense by that.
Yeah, when did you eat?
Yes.
You know you were coming home. Who fed you? Who fed you?
Yes. And if we're so hungry, why couldn't you just wait 1 hour to come and eat what we prepared at home for you?
Yes.
And when you eat small because you want to check the pot belly, they think their food is not nice. That's why you are eating small. That one too trouble.
or someone is feeding you. And you see, in the logic of a woman, if someone is feeding you, what other feeding is she doing for you?
WNN Ajibebia.
Women's News Network.
Aklebo, thank you so much this morning for food for thought. WNN Ajibebia. And that brings us to Business Minutes, which is brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG. We stand with you. Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts, Palladium Residences, Live Smart, Invest Better, SkySat Technologies, performance that delivers every time, and Pegasus Publishing, shaping minds, winning futures. Finance Minister Dr. Kansula Tuforsen says the 2027 budget due in November will prioritize job creation and people-focused policies as part of a broader strategy to boost employment from next year. Meanwhile, Ghana is awaiting the outcome of the IMF Executive Board meeting, where the country is expected to pass its final program review and secure the approval of more than $300 million in additional funding. Also, the maiden EcoBank Joy Business Financial Dialogue takes place tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the EcoBank head office. The Bank of Ghana governor will deliver the keynote address as industry leaders discuss how digital transformation can accelerate financial inclusion. And that's the Joy Business Minute.
Joy Business Minute is brought to you by Anointed Electricals. If you are looking for generators for your home, your office, industrial setup, talk to Anointed Electricals today. They have generators with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at very, very competitive prices. If you buy a generator for them, you enjoy 5-year warranty, and they also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. And if you want to acquire skills, go to Anointed and be trained on generators and plants, auto mechanics, electricals and controls, solar installations. They give you 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. Call them on 024-348-0334. They have 21 branches nationwide. The head office is at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. Talk to Anointed today. Anointed, they are the generator experts. Let me say a belated happy birthday to Auntie Eva, Madam Eva Esaba Mens, Sumpahine of Axim, former Chief Director of the Ministry of Finance. You turned 60 yesterday. This is from your friends and family at the Ministry of Finance. Also from your family in Axim, from the chiefs of Upper Axim and Lower Axim. And from all those who were with you yesterday for your birthday celebration, we wish you God's blessings. We pray that He gives you more strength, more health to enjoy the rest of your life as you attempt to make an impact with your new foundation, the Haven Place Foundation. Happy birthday also going out to Susanna Poku Boadum Mate, Client Executive Officer, Priority Banking, Osu Branch. We love you and pray for God to grant you all your desires with this new age from Team Osu Branch. However, I didn't give us the name of the bank, but Susanna Poku Boadum Mate, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday going out to Veronica Na Ajele Saki. God bless you from your dad, Dr. Theo Saki. And a special good morning to the following people: Dr. Chike, Mr. Arnold, Dr. Azuri, Mama Tus, Christina Gate, Halima Tusuleman, Joyce Bafo, and Emmanuel Kumi, all of Dampon Healthcare. This message is from Jennifer and her husband, and they say that Jennifer says that my husband and I would like to express our deepest gratitude for the exceptional care, professionalism, and kindness you showed during the birth of our baby. Your dedication, compassion, and support throughout the period brought us comfort and confidence during one of the most important moments of our lives. We are truly grateful for your hard work and commitment. Thank you for being part of this beautiful journey. Happy birthday going out to you, Benny Osafo Setre of Bank of Ghana. This is from your wife, and she says, I'm so grateful to have you in my life. I'm so grateful for all you do for us. I wish you all the joy and happiness you deserve today and always. From your wife, Mrs. Dorcas Osafo Setre of Star Assurance, and your adorable children, Lynette, Lucette, and Lionel, all of Mary Mother of Good Counsel School. And belated happy birthday to Regina Ofuri, Head Marketing and Brands Ecobank Ghana PLC. Regina, Reggie, happy birthday to you. May God make you a companion of princes and put you in places of honor. We all love you dearly. Regina, happy birthday to you. We'll send you some wache with Willie for lunch today, Reggie. Enjoy that wache which we have promised, which may be delivered or not. It's 8:06. This is the Super Morning Show. Today, our big story, we are talking about drug use and drug abuse in the country. You may know a child you are teaching who is on drugs. You may know a child in the neighborhood who is on drugs. You may even have tried it before and you've managed to save yourself. It's a big problem in the country today. Look, as a farmer and a building person, when we go on site, usually around 10 a.m., most of the boys, you see them going out one by one to go and get energy drinks. And I only thought it was energy drinks some of these boys were taking until I started noticing some of them having very red eyes, having suspicious behaviors on site. And when I started talking to some of the people I've worked with on construction sites and on the farms, I realized that a lot of them take some of these drugs, and to them it enhances their performance. If you go to our universities, our senior high schools, if you go to a lot of our pubs and restaurants, there is a deadly drug trade happening and consumption is increasing year on year. How do we solve this problem? It's the big conversation we are having this morning on the Super Morning Show.
41% of our tertiary students are aware of active use of drugs on their campuses.
Because they use it to cook, to bake. You go and eat any woman's shato, you are not sure. Be careful. It may be mixed with all sorts of weed or other substances.
41% of our students in tertiary institutions know of drug use. About 30% say they've encountered it somehow. So just imagine, let's just estimate that we have about, let's say, this is a conservative estimate, 500,000 students in our tertiary institutions. If 30% are saying they've encountered drug use some way, somehow, that's a big constituency. We can fit these people into the Accra Sports Stadium three times. You can fill the Accra Sports Stadium with this population of people, and they are the youth. They are in the productive stage of their lives. How do we solve this problem as a country?
I am one type I take in much. I can take in like 70 boosters a day. I get high. I get to forget many things. I'm a mother, yeah? And then as a mother, depression is somehow part of us. You get it. So if you're a mother and you're taking this, it takes you far.
This is a 24-year-old mother of two somewhere in Kumasi telling us that, look, to forget her problem, she just takes the drugs. You see a lot of young men on our streets selling. Some of them are cleaning windshields, some of them are hawking. Do you know what they've taken this morning and what they'll take in the afternoon? How do we clean up the system and ensure that we build our human resources properly to enable us to drive the growth we seek in the country? Yes, there is the budget to be discussed. Yes, it's important, but we are losing a lot of the youth. If we are going to spend money building classrooms, hospitals, roads, it's these youth that are going to use this infrastructure, and we are losing them. So we want to talk about them today and the issue this morning. So we bring you Deadly Doses Part 2 on the Super Morning Show. That's our big stories brought to you by Telecel Connecting Energies, Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa, and Awake Natural Mineral Water, one for life. And if you're a traveler, the days of switching off your data when you travel are over. Telecel World Plus roaming bundles gives you the opportunity and unmatched value and the best rates across up to 100 countries, including every country in Africa. No more landing in a new country and worrying about how to order a ride, find your hotel, navigate a new city, or stay in touch with family and friends. No more hunting for local SIM cards. No more fear of expensive roaming charges. Telecel has you covered. So simply dial *5959# or activate your bundle on the Telecel Play app today. Telecel, connecting energies. And if you're a parent and you're looking for world-class university experience for your child right here in Ghana, Lancaster is ready for you. Lancaster University Ghana is the only British branch campus in sub-Saharan Africa, and they are offering students the same prestigious Lancaster University degree awarded in the UK, with a 90% graduate employment rate. Within 6 months of graduation, your child gets a head start in today's competitive global market. Students can choose from programs in business, law, computer science, economics, marketing, international relations, and more. And it's all in a modern campus environment designed for success. Visit their website. It's a beautiful website, lancaster.edu.gh, or you call them on 0209 607 008. Lancaster University Ghana, a global degree at your doorstep. And if you want to drink water every day, make it awake. Make it awake. Water is carefully produced to keep you refreshed and hydrated. It's purified, it's refreshing, and it's purpose-driven. Produced by our own Casa Preco PLC. Awake drinking water is One for Life, and their One for Life campaign is supporting people with various cardiovascular diseases, where every bottle you drink, an amount is donated to the National Cardio Center at Kolebu. Drink water, drink awake. It's available nationwide, and this advert is FDA approved. I'm going for a quick break. When I come back, there's a lot more for you on the Super Morning Show. Your messages, deadly doses, and then we'll get into the scam conversation here on the show. Stay with us.
Oh, Charlie, Telecel Office broadband upgrade. Oh, you get up to 40% more data.
PW2 and PW1 went on the concession. It's equal to an assignment in law. I beg to submit that argument is not well grounded at all. And if they went to the concession by reason of what Wontumi said they should go and do, and they did otherwise, and this is my chief concern, that if Wontumi wanted them to do reclamation and they decided to go and do galamsey, how do you impute criminality to Wontumi? And guess what? If you have a farm, you made the farm owner, and you send hirelings to go and work for you, doesn't mean that if, excuse me to say, assign your interest in your farm to them. But the sheer fact that they are working on the land. So a worker on a concession hasn't got an assignment. The right of the concession still resides in the third, accused, the company, Akoto Mining. So I want to submit, with all respect, and I concede the fact that we are not in the appellate court, but the treatment of assignment in law by the judge, it's one of the areas that we believe a court of appeal will take a look at it.
So, first of all, let me say that Wontumi is not a political prisoner. And everybody should disabuse his mind on that statement. He is not a political prisoner. Wontumi is a common prisoner. He's a common criminal. Political prisoners are imprisoned because of their beliefs. I don't even believe and think that Wontumi understands the new liberal philosophy of the MPP. I don't even think he understands.
Oh, goodness.
Yes, I don't think so.
Answer, you should withdraw that.
I won't withdraw that.
The chairman of our...
I say that I don't think. It's my view. It's my view. And how can you say that somebody who has been held by a court of competent jurisdiction to have violated the laws of the country is a political prisoner? What beliefs was he fighting for that sent him to jail? What was his ideological persuasion that was contrary to the existing governance arrangement that sent him to jail? He could not have been a political prisoner. Why? I mean, what was he tried on in court? So, please, see, as a country of laws, and I'm happy you mentioned the rule of law. As a country of laws, in the country that is intended on ensuring that at least there is civility in our engagement, there is honesty in the way we relate to facts and issues, we should, yes, you might not agree, I might not agree, but that doesn't mean that we should label a common prisoner as a political prisoner. No, he's not. He's not a political prisoner. There was a fundamental question that the judge did not avert her mind to. Was Harry Okum a trespasser onto the land? No. So what is the liability of an invited person onto land? Who bears liability for that?
He went there with permission. And all of them agreed.
And the permission was not a criminal permission.
So again,
he went there with permission. PW1, who is his employee, and the 27 others who were all there, they are there on the permission of Wontumi.
So Listen, was not a trespasser onto the land. That's correct. That's what we
listen.
All right.
Listen.
Two. So what's the point? He's not a trespasser.
So he got there at the invitation or permission of somebody. That was Wontumi.
That's right.
He did certain activities that were unlawful.
Correct.
Okay.
Because Wontumi said he didn't know that he was doing those activities.
Yes. The concession owner was Wontumi.
That's correct.
Yes. Wontumi Akoto Mining invited him onto the concession to, according to him, to do certain things. Herokum was doing
other things.
Yes. You know, so you are arguing that Herokum having been invited onto the land to do something and was doing some other things, Wontumi had no obligation.
There's no mens rea.
Because Wontumi says he did not know.
Yes.
Oh, the fact that you did not know, the fact that you say you did not know, does not, in fact, mean you did not know.
Of course, the judge said, you claiming you don't know. Yeah. You are the same person who called for security protection. And the whole Western regional security arrangement was marshaled to go and protect these people working for you. So how do you come and sit here and say you didn't know, you never visited?
The second thing is that when the security went there, they didn't see coconut seedlings.
I think the whole idea of a political prisoner is totally blown out of proportion. There is no connection at all between what Wontumi did or what he has done and the claim that he's a political prisoner. If you're a political prisoner, it means that you have not committed any offense, but you have come up with some thoughts and ideas that challenge the powers that be. And therefore, you are speaking truth to power and you are challenging orthodoxy. And you are making some claims on human rights grounds to promote democracy and human rights, which therefore does not accord with the position of the government in power, and therefore you are being silenced. And that is where, whether they put you in prison or they try to gug you or they try to force you out of the country into exile, that is where you can talk about somebody who you can term as a political prisoner. So there is no way that we can term Mr. Wontumi's case as a case of political prisoner, not in any sense at all. And I think NPP went below the belt by drawing that conclusion. In my opinion, the decision was fair and square. It is a very good decision, and the judge took time, I think probably because of the political context in which the decision, the case came about, that she made sure that all the evidence is tested, and the decision that she came to is, I think, the right decision that should be applauded.
Like Inusaf Husseini here, there are some members of the public who are asking questions. 29 excavators found on this place and seized. What are excavators doing in reclamation? But you can't do reclamation of such a place that has been devastated by mining without excavators.
Oh, definitely. You will need excavators one way or the other. But it is not just the excavators. The overwhelming evidence indicates that some work was going there, which clearly showed that there was no authorization to mine a concession, and the issue about the evidence given that there was some work going on to reclaim the land, where in actual fact the work that was being done, the person is not being paid. So how do you get paid? You have to mine and do the illegal mine in order to get money to pay for what you are doing. And so putting all this together, I think it's clear that what Wontumi was doing was done in violation of the laws, the very laws which, interestingly, the then NPP government came to enact or to amend to make sure that people do not violate the laws of the land as an attempt to help protect.
But Prof, the question that is being raised is that this is criminal prosecution. Proof must be beyond reasonable doubt. Of course, we know the rule that beyond reasonable doubt, as a judge herself, is not unminded of, says it is not beyond a shadow of a doubt. Proof beyond reasonable doubt is not the same as proof beyond a shadow of a doubt. But where circumstantial evidence is required to convict a person, the argument is being made that the alternative could also be plausible, that he is simply unaware, despite all the information that suggests that he may be aware.
Yes, the issue of circumstantial evidence at a point in time it becomes very critical to resolve that in order to ensure that justice and fairness in the decision is recognized. And I think that with what the judge went through in coming to the conclusion that it points to a case of violation of the Minerals and Minings Act, I think it rests on solid grounds. And so for that matter, I think that we cannot fault the judgment in any shape or form. If you're looking at circumstantial evidence, you have to put a lot of evidence and factors together, and before you can come to the conclusion that this is, there's no other alternative decision or conclusion you can come to. Yes, it is possible that you can look at it from other angles and see that it is possible you could have arrived at a different conclusion, but the overwhelming evidence seems to support the view that the judgment was fairly done. The judge did a thorough job of ensuring that all the critical pieces that needed to be looked at were looked at. And for that matter, on that basis, the conclusion to me is clear. That
Yes, so the judge did not have the benefit of the criminal case before him. He was sitting as an immigration judge. And that came about because the permission granted Kenneth Furata, former Minister of Finance, to be in the United States had expired. So he was an illegal immigrant at that point. And so he needed to take steps to adjust his status to be able to continue to live in the United States. So for a judge to look at affidavit evidence, which was sent to him by reason of the fact that
I need some help. Put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool. Slowing down on the marijuana, baby. Spending time training my mental. Softly make I take it to the right place. K-bones, I'm when you you can't testify, no be easy. No be who say, he say, she say. When you tell I say I need some healing, I be up how much and I'm screaming, Father, Father. My demons still there after me, oh. Principalities force what I do. Make I know the best, make a fully body, oh. Cause me cash a man ya in me musu, oh. Na cash all kinds of me, oh. I know who I'm before, they won't anyone to do. Obi mo amie,
This is Black Sherry for the song Smoby. A call for help.
I need some help. Put my head on fire.
And the nation needs help. Thousands of our youth need help. Some of them are in the situation because we fail them as a people.
I need some help.
Some of them just got themselves into it and they can't get out. How do we prevent more people getting into drugs? How do we cut the head of the snake so that the criminal entities distributing drugs in our country, we find them, we bring them to book? How do we ensure that those in the drug trade already and those who are already consuming a lot of these drugs, we can save them? How can we help them? It's our conversation for the morning. A lot is happening in the drug space, and we bring you deadly doses too this morning on the Super Morning Show.
41% of our tertiary students are aware of active use of drugs on their campuses. 41% of our tertiary students are aware of active use of drugs on their campuses.
They use it to cook, to bake. You go and eat any woman's shetor, you are not sure. Be careful. It may be mixed with all sorts of weed or other substances.
And we've all fallen victim to this at one point or another in our lives. I remember way back in uni, we went for a drink up in Ayodiase, and there was a specially prepared punch. At least that's what they told us, with all sorts of things added. And this is good, you have to. And first years you go for a drink up, everybody wants to show that, Charlie, they're also there. We've all arrived. We are hard guys. And I remember some of us took the punch, and a lot happened after that. And there are a lot of students who are deceived into these things. And sometimes once you get in, it's difficult getting out. So we have that conversation this morning. But your social media messages on the Super Morning Show brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, number 10 liver salt, a refreshing relief, cowbell coffee with you every moment. EcoBank knows how money moves in Ghana, and at EcoBank they know it doesn't move only on payday. It moves every day, and connecting Ghanaians with their family, communities and businesses. That's what money does to a lot of us. And if it's that airtime you have to send to a sister, the transport money for your dad, support for a cousin's education, contributing towards the funeral at home, and help and a helping hand when it matters most. And EcoBank knows how to move the money. And we know that money is more than a transaction. That's why EcoBank has built themselves and their systems for the way Ghanaians and Africans move money. With one seamless banking experience across 34 African countries, EcoBank's digital platforms connect people, businesses and opportunities in Ghana and across the continent. Pay bills, transfer money, access ATM services, and manage your finances anytime, anywhere with the EcoBank mobile app. Or use the USSD code *770#, EcoBank Online and EcoBank's ATMs nationwide. EcoBank is the Pan-African Bank. And tomorrow we have a big event coming up with EcoBank. It's a big event about money and financial inclusion coming up tomorrow here on Joy. You don't want to miss that event for anything. We have the Bank of Ghana governor speaking. We have key members of the financial system speaking tomorrow. Is the Financial Dialogue series brought to you by EcoBank and Joy Business. The theme is driving financial inclusion through digital transformation, unlocking access, empowering communities and transforming economies. Jacqueline Dufie-Mpari will speak. She's a managing director for Pan-African Savings and Loans Limited. Shai Buharina, CEO for Mobile Money Limited. Daniel S. Klu, Director, Information Security Bank of Ghana. Dr. Nana Kofi Annan is a cybersecurity AI information systems expert with the Ghana Communications Technology University. Akosia Blay is the Chief Business Officer of GIPS. Nelson Koshi Dasegla is the Chief Solutions Architect and Founder at Koba. William Nana Danswa Biam is the Country Head Consumer and Commercial Banking Products at EcoBank Ghana PLC. Ore Kwasar is the Head of Fintech and Innovation Department at Bank of Ghana. And Jake France is the head of cybersecurity technology standards at the Cybersecurity Authority. They are all panelists tomorrow as we talk about driving financial inclusion through digital transformation. The keynotes will be delivered by Dr. Johnson Pandit Asiama, Governor of the Bank of Ghana, and is brought to you by Joy News, Joy Business, and EcoBank. Is happening tomorrow, 8 a.m. EcoBank Auditorium at the EcoBank head office. It's 8:30 and it's time for us to bring you Deadly Doses here on the Super Morning Show. But let me remind you that if you are sleeping, it must be latex foam rubber products. You can get all their products by going to latexfoamghana.com or you call them 0302-231155 in Accra and 0322029365 in Kumasi. Latex Foam is your partner for life, and they've been doing this for 60 years. They've been tried, they've been tested, and they are trusted. So get Latex Foam rubber products and enjoy the best mattresses in your homes and your offices. Happy birthday to you, Manasseh Azuri Awuni. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you, my brother. Kitty Cratch's superstar. Happy birthday to you. And if you are looking for a home for your dream, Heritage Christian University has opened its doors. They are located in Amasaman behind the Olympic Stadium. At Heritage, you are assured of values-driven education that prepares you for the world of work and challenges you to turn ideas into businesses that feed families and employ communities. Admission is in progress for their wide range of undergraduate and graduate programs. So call them on 0547 777731, 0547 777731. Visit hcu.edu.gh for more information. Heritage Christian University, educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders. It's 8:31. It's time for us to bring you Deadly Doses. Last year, we brought you Deadly Doses 1. We combed the country and brought you stories of places and what was happening when it comes to drug use and drug abuse. This year, we are bringing you an update. You know, the landscape of addiction is shifting. A year after the Deadly Doses documentary, we exposed the notorious drug ghettos of Tinker Island and Colombia. Now, a follow-up investigation reveals that Ghana's drug crisis has transformed into a more elusive and dangerous threat. While authorities promised a crackdown, the trade has not slowed. Instead, it's evolved from visible transactions into hubs, in the hubs to a hidden underground market that permeates everyday life. There's drugs disguised as food on the markets. They are in the sobolos. We drink brownies and cakes, gummies in shito. Now, these products are attractive to users because they rarely attract police attention, and they can be shared openly and consumed in public without raising suspicion. And there's a crisis in our schools and our campuses. 41% of tertiary students are aware of active drug use on their campuses. 37% of second cycle students also report the same. And health experts are reporting that patients are arriving at treatment centers at increasingly younger ages. There was somebody who started taking drugs as early as age 3. And since that time, he's been going through the processes, and the person is 13 years old now. It's happening all around us. And this morning, we want to lead a conversation on that. And it's Deadly Doses Part 2. And I'm bringing it to you shortly here on the show. We're also streaming this on Facebook and YouTube. So if you want to see some of the faces behind the documentary and see some of the places these things are happening, you can follow our Facebook or log onto YouTube and follow Joy997 and catch the documentary online as well. People, it's time to listen to this documentary. It's heartbreaking, but it's not too late for us to take action. This is Deadly Doses 2.
Where young people openly consumed drugs and lived beyond the reach of basic social services. Government promised sustained enforcement.
But when we visit the hubs and the pubs and other locations where they traffic and we meet those who use it, we pick them in addition and prosecute where we find evidence strongly against them. But the focus has not only been enforcement, we also educate. For the first part of the year, we are almost getting to 600,000 in terms of educating the people who use drugs and persons who traffic drugs. Those who use drugs, we have educated more than 600,000 people. and this covers secondary schools. And we have been aided by research that has been conducted by various institutions. Ministry of Youth Development, for instance, conducted a research. Currently, we are conducting some research in the area of Langquantanan to form the basis, because as a country, I don't think we have any stable baseline survey that we've conducted. We're seeking resources to do a baseline study for the entire country. But it's a very serious concern.
I am one type I take in much. I can take in like 70 boosters a day. I get high, I get to forget many things, I'm a mother, yeah? And then as a mother, depression is somehow part of us, you get it? So if you're a mother and you're taking this, it takes you far.
Rebecca is 25 years old. She's also a mother of 2. Inside Colombia, many know her simply as Bibi. Behind the addiction is a woman who still speaks about her children, still hopes to leave this place, and still recognizes everything she has lost.
When we say about time, there be a dream that is so it starts from there. A bit clear off every thought like Bibi how be and then from there, that is when a bear would know. You get it?
For those living here, every day follows a familiar routine, finding money, drugs, and somewhere to sleep. Tomorrow rarely features in the conversation.
George, Tramoy okay. Tramoy by me the Tramon me drug on Kwana menum.
What kind of drug emudien?
Cocaine menum.
Na unuma then yo.
Oh. And what dinner kutamino, menoma, minyama ne broso. Yeah. But enya de papa. Yeah.
Enya de papa so no na wonum.
So me nim kaminiman kama mama at that time. Yeah.
Conversations like these have become common inside the settlement. What is striking is not simply the admission of drug use. It is how ordinary it has become. For many residents, addiction is no longer viewed as a temporary habit. It has become a way of life. Tinker Island presents a similar picture. When Joy News first visited, authorities acknowledged the scale of the problem and pledged intensified operations. Today, drug users continue to occupy the settlement, even as law enforcement agencies maintain periodic raids. The persistence of these communities raises difficult questions about the country's broader response to substance abuse. Is enforcement disrupting the trade or merely displacing it?
I can tell you that we are running into an alarming situation. And the concern is that if we don't focus and work very hard and collaborate, especially with other state institutions, very soon we may have to declare serious public concern for the rate at which our young persons are going into drugs.
Drono, Nijani easy. Into Muba, wow, here. And the mindset say which man jai, so it's me. I didn't pass a was over to be a rabbit. We need to be called rehab now, where 6 months, 3 months. I don't have free rehab by a rabbit. See, I don't know, and you, and never you to now, Mobano, Sremo, yeah, chronic per se free. Just Sremo, you to now, Mobano.
Ruler's warning carries a painful irony. It comes from someone still living inside the very environment he hopes others will avoid. Perhaps no campaign illustrates the consequence of addiction more powerfully than the voices of those already trapped by it. Yet, while communities like Tinker Island and Colombia remain visible symbols of Ghana's drug problem, officials insist they are confronting an increasingly complex enemy.
See, I don't know, and you, and never you to now, Mobano, Sremo, yeah, chronic per se free. Just Sremo, you to now, Mobano. Don't try it. Don't go near it.
Slow nipa krobia say man ma woni pa kro nya na adwen kra se obe men try na mo ye pe kra se e be jai. It's not easy.
Raids have become increasingly common. Drug exhibits are regularly displayed. Suspects are arrested, and law enforcement agencies insist the fight against narcotics remains active. Yet, a year after our first investigation, the persistence of communities like Tinker Island and Colombia raises an uncomfortable question. Why does the problem continue to grow despite repeated enforcement operations?
But the greatest challenge has been the fact that our borders are too much exposed. And so they come in, especially the synthetics, they come in at will. We try to dominate those areas, but how can we dominate an entire country when we have so many porous borders?
But while traffickers continue to adapt, treatment facilities have struggled to keep pace. For many families, accessing rehabilitation remains one of the biggest obstacles to recover. The country simply does not have enough specialized centers to meet the growing demand.
The challenge has been where to put them in terms of rehabilitation. It is very expensive housing these guys, some of whom don't even have where they live, and you have to provide for them 3 times a day.
The consequence is a cycle that repeats itself. Users are arrested, some are prosecuted, and others are released. But without sustained treatment, many eventually return to the same communities where the addiction began. Without the law enforcement agencies and the rehabilitation centers working together, experts warn the country risks treating the symptoms while leaving the disease untouched.
There aren't enough psychiatrists, less than 100 for the entire country. So there should be more opportunities for people to train in the field of psychiatry.
Recognizing the scale of the problem, government says it is preparing a more aggressive national response. But will those measures be enough to keep pace with a crisis that is changing faster than the systems designed to stop it?
So the rate at which the youth are going in is very, very worrying. Added to that is why you see that in this year's recruitment process we added drug tests to it. And we are preparing a cabinet policy document where I want to go to cabinet to seek the cabinet approval so that we now make it mandatory that nobody will be able to join the public service unless you go through drug tests. So as a way of serving as a deterrent, so that if you are in school and people are pushing you to go into drugs, then you are telling yourself that you may never want to work in the public service.
A lot of the challenges that young people had, one way or the other, still came back to the issue of drugs. And so it is a big problem that confronts us as a people. I say that just like Galam says, it's a problem. The problem of drug is widespread that we can't even imagine. And in every household, you have somebody who is abusing one substance or the other.
Looking at 2025 annual performance review, we are realizing that for all disorders, including addictions, the age category that topped was from 20 to about 49, which is largely the schooling to the working age group.
Every young person lost to addiction represents a student whose education is interrupted, a worker whose productivity declines, a family that assumes the burden of treatment, and a country that risks losing part of its most economically active population. But despite these challenges, the Narcotics Control Commission has made tremendous progress through a number of strategic interventions, including the engagement with selected school guidance and counseling officers to strengthen drug prevention and awareness among students, collaboration with the National House of Chiefs to leverage traditional leadership in the fight against drug abuse, engagement with the Chief Imam and other religious leaders to promote community-based advocacy and education, intensification of intelligence-led operations across the country, resulting in an increase of 197 operations in 2025 compared to 2024. The introduction of drug tests for persons seeking to join security agencies alongside several other ongoing measures aimed at curbing the drug menace. And the creation of a special court for the prosecution of narco cases.
I wish that everybody, like I said earlier, will come on board. Let's all educate our kids. Parents should be a little more responsible.
And I'm encouraging them to set up this community neighborhood like we've done in the Accra Zongo, which has worked very, very well, where the community youth take it up themselves and decide to fight, and we support them because then they live there constantly.
1 year after our first investigation, drugs remain, but the crisis has changed. It is no longer confined in the ghettos. It is reaching schools, campuses, and communities in ways that are harder to detect. The question now is not whether Ghana has a drug problem. It is whether the country's response can keep pace with an evolving threat.
Yes, I have more Bible quotation because the Spirit has already called me. And I have the calling of God in me. And I have the Spirit of God in me. So with God, I can go many places. Every time I become victorious. As you can see, last year we were called debutants because that was our first time. Now we've come to stay. We've come here to stay. We are going to the nationals and we shall go expect us in the quarterfinals.
Last year they qualified. This is their second time. And so they tell me that this comeback is complete because they believe that their contestants are football players who can nail the net and score more goals for them. And so the people up there should wait for them.
Higher we go in, higher we go in, we are winning, higher we go in, we are winning.
Now you've qualified to the next stage. Are you not afraid of the other schools you are going?
I'm afraid. The Bible. Listen. The Bible says that horses are prepared for battle, but victory is of the Lord, and we lean on the Lord. So there's no fear. Our hopes are on God. Even though we may not be prepared, we are trusting God. Oh, that as far as we have God on our side, we are going as far as we will. That is it. Any challenger.
So we are here.
Any challenger.
So we are currently here with Ejisoman Senior High School. They just sent Jerome and Ori Senior High School packing home and also securing a slot for themselves at the national championship. It was quite a tight race, I would say, and they were very dominant in this particular race right from the onset. All the rounds, they led in all the rounds. I want to speak to some of the contestants. How are you feeling currently?
I'm feeling great right now, yes.
Right, and as you were there from the very first round, I saw the gap that you had given the other teams. What was going through your mind?
It was like, we thank God for how far He has brought us till that point, that round, that certain round. So it was.
So you're going forward now to meet other schools that can be very, very, let me say, fearful to meet. Are you ready?
Yes, we prepare our very best. Yes.
Let me speak to some of your coordinators or your teachers here. How are you feeling now?
Oh, we are feeling very excited.
Right. Your school has finally qualified. They've gotten a slot in the nationals. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, that is what we have always been doing. And for the past 5 years, we have been qualifying. So this is no news to our school at all.
I know that last year you were able to get to the 1/8 stage where Bishop Herman pushed you out. Are you ready for them? Should you meet them again?
Definitely, we are ready. This year, our target is the quarter-final stage of the national championship.
Right, I want to hear your school anthem. So can you give me that? Yeah. Right, so let's go. Yes. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Great warriors of the sand, with God on our side, we shall fear no.
Osne Chinabwa, Bourbon Fantaman girls secondary school. Yeah. One but I what they want not deserve anything. Yeah, but I the one you not deserve anything. Obrani Warabo, Mo, Obrapa Sujora,
And so that is exactly the first contest of the 2026 National Science and Maths Quiz regional qualifiers here at the Central Region. And at the end of contest one, Infantiman Girls Senior High School were able to beat Apam Senior High School, their major competitors in the contest, I must say, with 61 points. And these are the contestants. How do you feel?
I feel very honored because the Lord is on our side and we are more than conquerors. I feel thankful to God also for answering our prayers and giving us our heart desires.
And now you are going to the next stage of the competition. After 13 years, your school was privileged to taste the national pressure. And so today I could see that Apam Senior High School was giving you a tough time, wasn't it?
Yes, please. So it was very tough, but with God, we're able to sail through.
And so now that you've qualified to the next stage, let me engage some of the fan base. How do you feel?
I feel very happy. I'm delightful for everything that has happened. And it's not by our minds, it's by the grace of God. So we want to thank God for everything He has done for us.
It's like you've won, but you are still not happy. Why? What's this? Are you afraid that you are... So at the national level, you are going to meet some of these schools like Infantiman, Infantipin Boys, Presec, the other schools who have already seeded. And you are very, are you not timid?
No, please. We are not timid at all.
What did you say?
We are ready for them. More them.
I saw your coordinator throughout the process, and during the context, he was extremely happy, especially at every point that you answered each and every question. He stood up and jumped. And so, sir, briefly, how do you feel at the end of the day?
I'm the most happiest person ever on this earth today. Yes, I can say. My girls really made me proud.
But were you very optimistic? Because when we came earlier, we wanted to engage you before the contest, and you told us that you will not talk until you are done with the contest. Were you very optimistic?
Very, very optimistic, because I know my girls will be able to deliver. We know what we've been doing all this while, and indeed they did deliver it.
So what message do you have for the other schools who have already seeded?
Well, they should look for it for sight. We are coming with fire.
And so that's the coordinator for Infantiman Girls Senior High School. They say they should look forward for them. They are coming with fire.
Osne Chinabwa, Bourbon Fantaman girls secondary school. Baba God, I believe everything that you say. As you talk amo, you go do amo. Baba God, I believe. I believe everything that you say. As you talk amo, you go do amo. Baba God, I believe.
And so that's Dinamai Secondary School, the second contest of the 2026 National Science and Maths Quiz here at the Central Region. They've qualified with 71 points, making it the highest score of the day to the next level of the championship. I mean, they dominated all the contests. Hello, how do you feel?
We feel good. The contest, when we started, it was kind of rough, but we ended it smooth. And we say we thank God for what He has done for us.
Now you've qualified to the next stage of the competition. How do you feel? First of all, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel very excited and proud of my school very much. Thank you.
So now that, where are the contestants? Great. So throughout the process, you dominated the context. How was it? How was the feeling like?
Okay, so we knew that this one is going to happen because we prayed several times. Our God will not fail us. He has done this for us, so we are happy.
You knew that what?
Our God will never fail us, so we are happy.
So you knew you were going to win. How prepared were you?
Oh, like we always prepare every day. We pray every day. Like we don't even sleep. We sleep just for 4 hours, 3 hours. Like from our coordinator, he said, to whom much is given, much is expected.
So what's that? Your 3 words for the other people you are going to meet in the next stage.
Okay, so what I'll say is that they should watch out because you are coming with full heat.
Hey, the other schools are also saying they are coming with full heat. So what is the difference or what is unique about your heat?
Oh, our own is we are coming with God, we are coming with seriousness, and also we are coming with true power.
3 words. They are coming with God, seriousness, and power. Let's go.
Help us, we ask you, Amamita. Oh Lord God, bless our schools. Great cause, great cause, great cause. Oh Lord, help us, we ask you, Amamita. Oh Lord God, bless our schools.
Right. So this is Konongo Dumase. Great. So this is Konongo Dumase. They have secured the 4th slot to go into the national championship. I want to hear from the school themselves. What do you make of today's win going into the nationals? Let me speak first to your coach.
Okay. So I mean, this win, we expected a win first of all. But then we didn't expect the score. But in all things, we give thanks to God. We glorify God for this win. And that's it. We are glad. We are excited.
Where are some of your contestants? Where are the contestants? You are on stage. Your colleagues have been telling me that you... What's this? Akimidis. Wow. So this, you call him Akimidis, or that's his name? He scored Akimidis in your school. I understand you had some revival yesterday. Was that working for you?
Yes, I can say for sure. It worked for me very much.
Right, so the revival worked? What do you make of this particular win and what do you have to tell your rivals?
Oh, what I have to tell them is that they should prepare adequately for us because we are not on a low level.
We are bringing the trophy home.
Like,
where do you want to see yourself? This is what?
I said just listen to the names, Archimedes and Einstein. Like just listen to the name. What kind of combination? Like just listen to these names. The boys are good. I know my boys, they have worked very, very hard and they deserve this win and they need to go far into the nationals.
So where are you looking at getting to in this particular quiz?
Okay, when you...
Concentrate on your life and do something better for yourself. You'll not be just
So you heard Deadly Doses 2. You've heard the confessions, the experiences, the challenges when it comes to drug abuse in the country. It's really, really heartbreaking. Very, very, very heartbreaking when I was listening to this. But I know that it's not too late for us to fight this correct cause and save the lives of a lot of our friends, our sons, our children, our nephews, our nieces, some of our fathers and mothers as well here on the show. And I'll be talking to Dr. Jones Opokwar. He's a criminologist at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. We want to understand the criminal network and how to clamp them down, because all this is being enabled by a well-oiled criminal network that gets the products into the markets, circulates products, and avoids the security services. So we want to understand the network and how to clamp them down. And we'll also be talking to Lawyer Chumberima. He's the Deputy Director of NACOC, the National Narcotics Control Commission. He'll also be joining us to look at the work they are doing and how NACOC is fighting against drugs here on the Super Morning Show. But I'll go for a quick break. When I return, I'll be going on the phone lines to talk to these two resource persons on the show. But if you just tuned in, you just heard a Deadly Doses 2 documentary, which follows the one we did last year. Last year, we went to Tinker Island, we went to Colombia, we went to the hubs. But this year, what this documentary has revealed is that beyond the hubs, there's an active drug trade and drug use in different forms. Now, the drugs are finding a way into the food we eat and being distributed under the radar, so the police and NACOC cannot find and arrest these people. So we'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll go on the lines to talk to our resource persons here on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us. This is the Super Morning Show.
Upgrade. So that way, when you talk about quiz, I want to say here today that Konongo Dumasidi School will one day be one of the best schools in this competition. Trust me. And it's not far from today. But for this year, we are hoping to obviously become seeded or go far.
So today, my take: the abuse of free speech, political hypocrisy, and the limits of freedom. If you log on to social media today, you're almost immediately greeted by a toxic cesspool of abuse, reckless falsehoods, and calculated insults. Partisans on all sides have turned digital platforms into arenas for character assassination, relentlessly attacking public figures, including the president and his wife, with outright lies and vitriol. Now the state machinery has swung into motion, and individuals are being arrested and hauled before the courts for their words like never before. So far, almost double the number in 2 years than the entire administration of President Akufo-Addo, 8 years. Let me be clear. As I have maintained consistently over the years, this ugly subculture of free speech abuse must end. I don't know why you can't take on the issues rather than insult elders, people. Freedom of speech was fought and won to safeguard democracy, to hold power accountable, and to champion truth, not to serve as a license to malign citizens or act foolishly. However, my stance remains unchanged. Custodial sentences and criminal prosecutions are not the remedy in most of the cases. Weapons of state power, like Section 208 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act and Section 76 of the Electronic Communications Act, should not be deployed as criminal hammers against foolish or offensive speech. The solution lies in civil remedies, robust public discourse, and social media opprobrium. What is truly bewildering? Yes, what is truly bewildering, however, is the sudden shock expressed by politicians, especially President Mahama and the NDC. I don't know why they are shocked. Shocked over this growing trend. Really, it begs the question, why the sudden outrage? The NDC and the leadership of the current government were without doubt the biggest beneficiaries of the misinformation and insult fest that characterized the last two elections. Yes, the last two election campaigns. Never once Did they express revulsion or publicly rebuke their social, serial callers and social media activists who insulted, vilified, and maligned almost every prominent politician in the NPP, as well as respected traditional chiefs and elders across this country? You know exactly what I'm talking about. You cannot nurture a monster for political expediency during elections and then feign horror when it begins to bite everyone around you. In the middle of this saga, former Vice President and the NPP flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, issued a press release calling on the Ghana Police Service and the Attorney General to discontinue the prosecution of an NDC organizer in Agona West, who was arrested for allegedly publishing false news and making offensive comments about him. Dr. Bawumia made it clear that he never lodged a complaint or sanctioned any prosecution, reaffirming his conviction now that the answer to offensive speech is better speech, and the answer to falsehood is truth, not handcuffs, courtrooms, and crushing bail conditions. Predictably, critics have pounced on Dr. Bawumia, pointing out that he remained silent when similar speech-related prosecutions occurred under the administration in which he served as vice president. While that criticism is understandable from a historical perspective, the hypocrisy of NDC critics claiming these current prosecutions are in the name of the Republic and therefore beyond political intervention is glaring. They conveniently forget history. Back in July 2011, when the late MPP activist, he became Deputy Finance Minister. He was my mate in Legon and became my friend. John Kuma was picked up by the police for allegedly making offensive comments about the late President John Evans Atta Mills. President Mills himself directly instructed the police to release him because he was not interested in pursuing the case. If President Mills could intervene to prevent the criminalization of speech directed at him, Dr. Bawumia is entirely entitled to disavow prosecutions done purportedly in his name. Of course, he's a politician. He can see what is going on. This is being done to attempt an equalization so that it can be said that it's not only people who are maligning and insulting the First Family and NDC politicians who are being arrested and prosecuted and put in jail, but even in the NPP, those who insult the flag bearer are also facing same things. It is my prayer that politicians across the spectrum finally digest this painful lesson. In the lead up to the last election, the last two elections, you know the people you promoted in this insult fest. You know the people you promoted who maligned everybody in this country. They respected no elder. They respected no chief. No corporate executive was spared, except their NDC. You kept quiet. You said absolutely nothing. President Mahama, most of the insult, most of the misinformation and the maligning was done in your name. You know it. You didn't pause 1 minute to disavow it. You've nurtured a monster, and now it is grown. And people are latching onto that. They feel it is okay. Please, don't underestimate what the ordinary person learns from the people at the top. They feel it is right. That's why they are doing it. Please learn the lessons. This is not how to grow our democracy.
No
It's 10 past 9. You're listening to the Super Morning Show here on Joy 99.7 FM. And I've been joined on the line by the Deputy Director of the Narcotics Control Commission, lawyer Alex Chumberima. I also have Dr. Jones Opokuwari, who is a criminologist at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, with me this morning. We all heard the Double Doses 2 documentary. We've discovered how drugs are now being used and abused in the country. We want to understand from these two gentlemen how we solve the problem this morning here on the show. Good morning, Alex. I hope you're well.
Prepared to make a...
Alex, kindly unmute, and Dr. Jones Opokuwari, please unmute as well. I can't hear you. Good morning. Okay, let me try.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, I can hear you, Alex. This is Dr. Opokuwari. Good morning, Doc. How are you? Doc, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please nod.
I hear you. Please, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm well. I can hear you too. I hope Kumasi is well this morning. Everything okay in Kumasi?
Yes, Kumasi is fine. I mean, once we've been able to get to our various workplaces, I think everything.
Yeah. So you heard the documentary as well. Your initial thoughts on the documentary and how things and the way things are moving when it comes to drug use in the country.
Right. Thank you very much, Akoto. A very good morning to you and also to your viewers and listeners once again. It is a truism, and I know this is a fact that all of us as a people over the period must concede that when it comes to issues of substance abuse, it is not just a criminal act as probably we used to have it sometimes, but now it is becoming a public, or in fact, it's even become a public health crisis for which all of us as a country have to be very much worried about. And I think that what is even more worrying is the fact that over the years, there seems to be a gradual shift in the way we used to know substance abuse and drug, dealings in the country, where I think in the documentary, it was actually alluded to, where there are new forms of, drug dealings that are crept into the country now. And for me, the mere fact that there is this latent, metamorphosis of the drug dealings in the country and abuse is what worries me more, because even when we have to consider, what we were used to over the period where, some of them were done in a way that we could track. And now we have a system in place that is very difficult to track. And the kind of people that are being introduced to this kind of system that we have now in terms of the drug dealing, it would worries me, because even the ones that we were somehow done in a way that we could track, we were finding problems in tracking them. How much more those that we are dealing with it in a way that is very difficult to track? And for me, looking at the patterns as we are seeing it now, because some research have even suggested that, youth probably between 20 to 49 or maybe, I think 39 years, if I got it right, are mostly those that are suffering from substance abuse disorder. And so if you have this pattern reflected in the youth or among the youth in the country, it tells you that we really have a grave issue and for which all of us as a country we need to come together to
Now, Doc, what are the drugs being abused the most these days? I know of marijuana, and then there was tramadol. We clamped down on tramadol, and then a new drug replaced tramadol. And I remember recently the narcoxy, some tapentadol, or yes, that's the name of the drug. A lot of it at the ports, a lot of it within Ghana. What are the new drugs that are being abused, and where are they coming from?
Typically when we talk about drugs in the country, where we used to know of these what we call psychedelic drugs. So we had these hashes, we used to have these cocaine, and then we have marijuana, as you mentioned. But what is happening is that now we are having a culture of normal drugs combination, So, for instance, you talk of tramadol. These are basically what we call synthetic drugs and opioids. You have people, mixing different sets of drugs to produce a certain kind of effect on their bodies and also on their brains. So now it's becoming very difficult for you to even have a scientific name for them, because what is happening is people mixing different set of drugs. So, for instance, people could mix tramadol with even drugs like cough mixtures and all that to give them a certain kind of effect. So, what, as I said earlier on, we are seeing is a gradual change and evolution in the drug dealing, landscape, so that we have different sets of drugs now being abused just because within the localized context and within local areas, these people are just experimenting with different sets of drugs and combining them to get the effect that they want. For whatever reason they are combining these drugs for, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Some are probably for sexual, strength and all that. Some also for to release certain tension within their bodies, and some of them to get over depression and all that. So there are a number of these drugs that are coming up, and as I said, we may not be able to even put our hands on names beside the popular ones that we are known to have. But then people are now mixing even different set of painkillers and other synthetic drugs to give them the kind of effect that they anticipate to have.
Now, as a state, what do you think are the 3 things we should do now to fight the drug trade? Because recently there was this charcoal meth bust in Australia, which is one of the biggest in the history of drug bust in Australia. Beyond that, Ghana being a transit point, we've also become heavy users of drugs. What should we do to solve this problem and bring some sanity into the system?
So, dealing with the drug issue in this country, I think it's a multi-sectorial approach that has to be employed. And for me, if I even supposed to talk about even the movement of these drugs in a country, we must begin looking at what we call the transnational cartels, because, as it were, based on intelligence and based on studies, we know that when it comes to the movement of drugs in this country, the borders are porous. So because the borders are very porous, it has enabled these transnational cartels to work with certain local, cartels within the country to move these drugs across our borders in very, very easy ways that it becomes very difficult for even the security agencies to track. They become very elusive. And these cartels, we know, some of them are linked to certain countries like Nigeria, and we even have some also being linked to Latin America and also in some Asian networks. So, for instance, if you see a drug like tramadol, it's been known to have been, found itself in the country from countries like India. Okay, so as a state, we may have to find a way to seal this porousness of our border, how we can be able to track these movements of the cartels, and then have a firm grip on them. And now locally, as I said, we must have a multi-sectorial approach. Apart from that, I believe, if you look at the number of people that are involved, especially the age categories of people that are involved in drugs, basically the youth. As a criminologist and somebody who is a criminal psychologist, I'm just beginning to now think that no, then there may be a problem with probably how our kids are being raised. So what are the families doing? Is there a problem within our family system as opposed to how our kids were raised over the period? Because I've said over the period that every child, it is the duty of the family to give these kids an identity. Okay. And over the period, what I'm seeing with these young people that are coming up are a bunch of people suffering from what I call identity crisis, where their sense of getting an identity only crystallizes when they get to maybe secondary school and they begin to now want to search for who they are, and their peers now begins to give them some form of identity, which their family should have given them right from the time that they started the socialization process. So I think that there's a lapse in the way the family system have been over the years now, and I think that we must begin going back and looking at how family systems are working, especially in how we are raising the kids and imbibing in them the right set of values and giving them a right set of identity, so that, when their value systems run counter to other values, which is not what they have been inspired with, their original set of values will stand tall. Because even the scripture tells us that we train the child the way he should go, and when they grow up, they don't depart from it. Which means that these set of values we need to give to the kids, and it is the duty of our families to do that. The families are failing. So let's have a conversation on that. Then now we come to issues of social support systems in communities. And I was very happy to hear the minister say that now in certain places like the Zongos, I think he mentioned one Zongo in Accra, they are having these community enforcement and community social support systems, which I think are very good, and it must be replicated across the country, especially in these drug hotspots as we know them, so that we can have this being a part of the community social organization, so that the community can police itself and then begin to check this. Because as we know, all crimes are localized, they are contextualized, within certain localities, and therefore the communities are the best people to help us deal with crime. And so I think that these are some of the approaches I suggest, beyond also the community education, the school education, and all those things that we have.
Doc, let me bring Mr. Chumberima into the conversation. Mr. Chumberima is the Deputy Director at NACOC. Good morning, Mr. Chumberima. How are you?
Good morning, I'm fine. And you?
I'm great. So, Mr. Chumberima, last year we aired Deadly Doses 1. This year we've all heard Deadly Doses 2. And it looks as if the problem is becoming more widespread. Drug users have found innovative ways to get the drugs and use them. What are we not doing right as a country? And how can we help the NACOC to fight this?
Thank you very much for your question. Let me take it from the point, where you ended. How can we help NACOC to fight this? Citizens can help Narcotics Control Commission to fight this menace through giving us reliable information. Reliable information as to those who bring them in, reliable information as to where they are kept, reliable information as to who are those who go for them and get them into the system. The challenge personally I've been having with people or some citizens is that, for instance, we arrested a 5 million consignment of tramadol or tapentadol at Tama Port. When this was arrested, unfortunately, the actual consignment owner wasn't around, so we couldn't get him or her to arrest. But we arrested the shipping agent, or the freight forwarder who was leading in the clearing of these goods. Interestingly, at some point of the investigation, we got to know that this agent gave information to the one who gave her the assignment or whatever, to run away because she has been arrested. So you see, people of this nature don't even help us to get to the root of the problem. You are not the owner of the consignment. Someone owns it. The person imported it into the country. It's been intercepted. We need to get to the root of the problem. And the one who can help us to get to the root of the problem is rather inciting or advising the other party not even show up or to escape arrest because she has been arrested. If citizens do these things, they make the work much difficult for us. Because my brother, as we are having this discussion this morning, we don't know who is in India packaging or preparing a consignment to bring to Ghana. But we will get to know when the thing gets to the port. The sad part is that in most instances, they conceal the identity of these goods. So on the document or the face of the document, you find out that it is something else. But when you go beneath it, you reckon that it's something different or something dangerous. If I arrested one, that the declaration was said to be electrical appliances. Meanwhile, behind it was 50 million tablets of tapentadol and other things. And it was a Ghanaian who was leading this to clear it for someone. just because of some payment that he or she is going to get from.
Mm.
So if citizens are able to, open up to us, if citizens are able to expose these evildoers, we can get to the root of this problem easily.
Mm.
But where we get citizens conniving with them, where we get citizens aiding and abetting this crime, it makes the fight very difficult. And one point I would like to also make is that, interestingly, anytime we make such arrests of this huge, volumes of drug seizures, all that you hear, oh, it is going to Nigeria, oh, it's going to Burkina. But our borders are not the gateway for illicit drug transit. Ghana borders, land borders, sea borders, air borders, are not the gateway for illicit drug transit. So we won't. And we can never allow goods going to Niger to be illicit goods. No. The fact that Niger doesn't have, a sea, and always using our borders or our sea borders to transit their goods doesn't mean that we should be open up for them to also transit illicit goods. As I speak to you, just about a month or two ago, we signed an MOU with the government of Burkina. And the MOU has it that we are supposed to prevent anything illicit drug trafficking across our borders. So they are to ensure that nothing will enter from their end. We are also to ensure that nothing will come out. We also enter from our end into their end when it comes to illicit drugs. So in that case, you need to go through Burkina before you can go to Niger. So it tells you that we will never, and we can never allow you to use the name of Niger to transit illicit drugs because it's a transit route. So that is one big problem.
Mm. So what has happened to that clearing agent?
Sorry?
What has happened to the clearing agent in the 5 million?
She's in court. She's in court.
Mm.
She's in court. One thing about us, which I know some may see it as, oh, we are being too difficult, we are being whatever, is that once you get here, my brother, your next destination automatically is the court. We want the court to tell us that even upon having or aiding or facilitating this 5 million, 15 million, whatever amount of tramadol tablets or whatever, you are still okay to go free. That one, everybody knows the court that has pronounced you to go free. But until then, we will give it to the court for the court to decide on your fate.
Mm. Now, Mr.
And you see, another thing is also coming up.
Okay,
just a quick one.
Go ahead.
You see, normally the box of the disc tramadols and those, I'm sure if you may have some of the pictures, if you display it, you will see that maybe it has the inscription, maybe tapentadol 225 or tramadol 225 or 250. There's one that we just about a week or two ago, we picked at Accra International Airport. The inscription on the box is showing 225. Interestingly, when we open and go deep, you reckon that the actual milligram on each tablet is 300 milligram, and not the 25 that is being displayed. So if you are having 300 milligram per tablet, what it means is that if you should take even a 3 or 2, you can get your kidney being seized because it will be extreme. And these are the tablets that people are putting in energy drinks and drinking as if they are drinking water, just because somebody has imported it in, and Nicodemously or whatever, the person has gotten the thing into some pubs or some food joints and so on and so forth, and people are buying them and they're mixing them with things. And sadly, even now, students are selling these illicit drugs to fellow students. They are mixing it with food, other food products, and sell it to fellow students to take them. One would have thought it would have been an outsider coming in or hiring somewhere near the school or near the campus to be doing this, and students will be sneaking out to go and buy them. Now that's not the case. Now it has jumped onto the campuses, and students themselves are those who are leading and facilitating these things and selling it to other college students.
What I want us to do in the coming days, I know NACOC has an expanded mandate now. You are a proper security agency. You can carry arms and all that. And I know the drug issue is now a national crisis. If you'll be kind to me to give me an hour of your time, one of these, I want to bring you to the studio, say Wednesday, so that we really break down these issues, understand the drugs, how they move, what we all must look out for as a people, pure public education so that we can help you in the fight against drugs. I'm not sure we can exhaust the issues this morning, so if you'll be kind enough to give me your Wednesday morning, I would really appreciate it, and we'll have you in the studio so that we have the conversation.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, bro.
Yes. Just say yes.
I think if I should say no to you,
Alexander,
yes.
I mean,
you
okay, my
you
producer will get in
yeah.
touch with you, and so we'll arrange to have a deeper conversation in the coming
That's
days.
fine.
Alex, thank you for joining us. Dr. John Sopokuari, thank you for joining us as well. This is a conversation we are having this morning on deadly doses. We did part 1. Today we brought you part 2. We are all worried, and Kojo, I think we need to bring Alex to the studio. Let's have a conversation with NACOC and figure out how we can fight with them, okay? Support them to win the fight against drugs. Let's go for a quick break. We'll be right back. This is the Super Morning Show. Stay with us.
Speech is a sacred constitutional right, but it carries responsibility. And those of you who are doing this, including journalists, you make it difficult for us, the advocates, against the repressive legislations that are being used. It is not a permit for lawlessness, nor is it a shield for foolishness. And that will be my take.
Samson, let me be very honest with you. There seems to be an indecent haste to prosecute what I call political cases. Because there's a justice delivery system in which the judges are not by themselves in a hurry to prosecute people, to adjudicate matters. You could go and do an audit of the adjournment mechanisms in the court. If you do a proper audit, you see that, look, cases are treated in the normal course of events. And a judge could tell you that, look, I will adjourn this case. Some people can even, some of the judges will even adjourn, 2 months, an adjournment. Okay. So now, this is a special case. They take it to a special court. And the judge will tell you that, look, you can't go to another court and then maybe do a case whilst I'm waiting. You need to come to this court, and then we proceed with the case. What is the meaning of that? It is ministering to the generality of our people. Now let's do an ambulance trial relative to political cases. But when we come to the civil cases about land matters, the same energies these judges are using in trying to, adjudicate criminal cases, are they applied to civil cases? That if you got a very good land case, a judge will tell you, like my previous situation, come to court at 9 o'clock, and then let's adjudicate till lunch time, and then go and have lunch and come back, and I'll close at 4. Are the judges giving, their energies to the political criminal cases, but the rest of the cases which are not so, or other criminal cases, they won't give it the attention. So there is a good grounding for the position that as if the judges are in an ambulance mood to, jail people. Let me tell you something which is frightening. Justice hasn't gotten a political term of 4 years. And when some people are saying that, let's run an ambulance of a justice delivery system, then we are saying that, we are trying to placate Jubilee House. Because they are interested, together with their constituencies, that people should be jailed. So that they say, this is a very serious government. If you are very corrupt, we're going to deal with you. And guess what? That kind of frenzy in NDC and in Jubilee House should not find expression in the court of competent jurisdiction. A court of competent jurisdiction wouldn't want to care about the fact that, how many people can we jail so they will say that we are politically consequential? No, that is not justice delivery. And this is my chief concern. So, for instance, when we said we wanted the judge to consider the constitutional matters, So I'm saying, all that you need to do is that, look, I want to make a referral to the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court will come out with its decision on the constitutional matters raised by a counsel for the accused persons. And then that should be the way I should go relative to the decision I've given. Guess what? The decision had been put together already. The constitutional matters and even the motion to move them did not minister to the judge at all. And the judge had the judgment written out before, we look at the issue of the motion. What is that ministering to everybody? Now look, I'm ready to, do what I want to do, and I will not be persuaded by any constitutional matter. That leaves much to be desired. So there is a serious grounding for the proposition that judges who have political cases to deal with are in an ambulance mood. Something, it is important to come to terms with the fact that a high court should never graduate into the Supreme Court when there are constitutional interpretations borne out by the trial. I want to stress that. And the very authorities that the judge cited condemns her own conclusion. And let me refer to the Ezanoto case that the judge applied. If you look at page 12 of the decision, the judge cited the Mekankan case and then also cited the Duamwa case, and then came to ex-party James the case, and there's another case. At page 55 of the Ezanoto case, this is what Justice Atukuba JSC said. Indeed, in that case, the court held that a lower court ought not readily to assume that constitutional provision is plain and unambiguous. What is the intent of this? When you are said that a constitutional matter is before you, and to your mind it is clear that this is not a constitutional interpretation but a statutory interpretation, and where rival meanings have been placed on the Constitution vis-a-vis the laws under which they were charged, as expressed in ex parte Akosa. The defense is asserting that the law sins against Article 1911 because the law is not clearly defined. The Minerals Act
99.7 FM.
Welcome back. It's 9:38. You are still listening to the Super Morning Show. And I've been joined in the studio by the chairman of the Event Planning and Communications Subcommittee of the National Integrity Awards Committee. Now, the National Integrity Awards is being organized by the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. It was established in 2025 under the leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin. Dr. Mohamed Mazouk is my guest this morning and is being launched today. Doc, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm well. How are you too?
I'm very well. I remember when I read a story in the newspapers that Parliament was going to launch an integrity award scheme. Back then, I laughed it off. But then after thinking about integrity-related matters, I reconsidered my decision. And finally, it's being launched today. Tell me about it.
Good morning to the cherished viewers of ours and listeners, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. As you may agree with me, Ghana is currently entangled in a web of integrity deficiency across all public life. In politics and governance, in religion and society, in commerce and industry, in media and academia. There is therefore the need to rekindle public interest in and sense of integrity and related values such as honesty, accountability, transparency, and responsibility as we strive to build a prosperous democratic state characterized by ethical leadership and ethical followership. This explains the basis of the Integrity Award. And I'm happy when you heard about it, you laughed. And when you had a second thought, you had to review your stand. I'm so much happy.
Yeah, because there's a lot to be done when it comes to integrity across board.
Sure.
And so I laughed because there are too many award schemes, and I was like, why would Parliament also want to add on another award scheme and just come and disturb us?
So
then you think about the spirit behind the award scheme, and you'd want to give it a chance. So you are launching it today?
Yes, we are launching it today. If you look at all the award schemes that you are referring to, you realize that they are not at the national level. Yeah. So this is a national initiative. It is a novelty to maximize public interest in integrity and to enhance the quality of governance. In fact, it is a two-dimensional approach. We are using a two-dimensional approach. The two-dimensional approach here is to honor and recognize, and then to name and shame.
Interesting. So what categories do we have?
We have about 9 categories. We have 10 categories in total.
Okay.
9 main, 1 special. Okay. And the 9 main are to recognize and honor.
Okay.
Then the special one, known as the Vulture Award, is to name and shame.
So
I'm happy you're laughing.
Categories to honor people.
Yes.
For excellence.
Yes.
For doing the right things, basically. And 1 to shame.
And
name. So are these awards going to go to institutions or individuals?
Yes. Okay. So let me count the categories. 1 will have individuals in executive, legislature, judiciary, anti-corruption institutions, and law enforcement agencies. We will also have the security services, public sector, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, private sector, and civil society institutions, and whistleblowers.
Okay.
These are the 9 categories. Individuals who have demonstrated exceptional commitment to integrity will be awarded based on our criteria, because every criterion within our criteria is well thought of, and based on our criteria and then principles, those individuals will be awarded. So these are the people we will celebrate, these are the people we will recognize, these are the people we will award, we will celebrate and recognize. And then the last one, that is the special one, is the Vulture Award. It sounds ridiculous, but if you will agree with me that sometimes it is not always a matter of positivity for positivity. Other times, it is a matter of negativity for positivity. So we want to name and shame. Just as we are trying as much as possible to showcase the beauty of integrity, we should also showcase the ugliness of profound contempt for integrity. And that is why we have decided to do the Vulture Award. We know very well that it may carry legal consequences, but we are well prepared to launch it and to do it, the Vulture, without any legal consequences.
The Vulture Award. So do members of the public, we the citizens, would we have a stake in choosing who wins what? Or this will just be done by a special committee or a board to select the award winners?
Yes, we have so many committees. For example, mine is the event and communication committee. There's a special committee to handle the award, and that is guidelines and awards committee.
Okay.
So the guidelines and awards committee is headed by the whole integrity committee is headed by a very credible institution in this country, and that is Justice William Atogova. We all know him. We all know how.
But can we submit nominees for the various categories?
So that's what I'm saying. Your question will be best answered at the launch,
Okay.
because the launch will unveil the call for nomination, the operational framework, the larger objectives, and any other thing in relation to the nomination. The launch is today.
Then it means you have to come to the launch.
Yes.
And see what is happening.
Exactly.
And report about it tomorrow.
Of course.
So that we see who will give the voucher.
Exactly.
Doc, I'm excited about this. Like I said, when we heard that Parliament was, I was like, I wasn't happy about it. I thought it was just going to be, but after further reflection, I think that this is something we need, and if we organize it well, we can encourage people to do better.
Sure.
And shame people to not want to do bad.
Sure.
And maybe we drive the growth we want to see.
Yes.
So thank you so much for joining us this morning to talk about the National Integrity Award Scheme. Before you go, any final words?
This is an opportunity for me to call on Ghanaians to accept this initiative as a collective responsibility and a civic duty. My brother, if we do not collectively confront the monster of corruption, our democracy risks becoming a kleptocracy. That is a government dictated by thievery. We cannot afford. We believe that the generations yet unborn would remember us, not because of our opportunity to live before them, but because of our ability to bequeath to them the legacy of integrity, of honesty, of transparency. Thank you.
The National Integrity Award Scheme, promoting integrity, celebrating ethical leadership, and inspiring national development. Dr. Mazuk, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, too.
We'll go for a quick break. We'll be right back.
Something exciting is stirring at the Joy News Habitat Fair.
As to the criminal, matter vis-a-vis the penal consequences of those things, and that was sinned against the Constitution, make a referral to the Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to interpret. The Attorney General says, no, that is not the case. It is plain on the face of it. Samson, I beg to submit that rival meanings have been placed on Article 91 vis-a-vis the Minerals Act, and therefore the judge should have left the matter to the only forum that is so preserved to interpret the Constitution. And for my part, this is a ground of appeal that the judge usurped the interpretation powers of the Supreme Court, and to that extent became the Supreme Court and interpreted matters that the Supreme Court is supposed to interpret.
You seem to suggest that the High Court judge wants a lawyer or a party
the person or the institution that's the most wrong in the year. I think this is a good award scheme. And I wish Parliament all the best as they launch it today. Once we get all the categories, we'll share with you here on the Super Morning Show. This is Daddy Lumba and Theater No Wario Babano. Theater Babano. And if you want a bank that no Babana, you need to talk to CBG. You know, CBG is giving you the feature of banking with CBG Sika Agent Service. It's a revolutionary agency banking service designed to make banking more accessible and convenient for all. And with CBG Sika Agent, you can enjoy essential banking services right in your community. And if you want to know more, and if you want to be an agent, call 0302-216-000. Email talk to us at cbg.com.gh or visit any CBG branch or their social media platforms. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you. I love Accra, but sometimes I take a lot of breaks, right? But most of you hardly get to take a break outside the busy streets of Accra. So take a break from the chaos, okay? Go to Best Western Accra Beach Hotel in Nongwa and just enjoy the serenity of the environment. It's right by the ocean. Imagine waking to to fresh breeze, complimentary breakfast, relaxing by the pool. It's an experience you should have. If you can't travel 200, 300, 400 kilometers every weekend like I do, make Best in Plus Accra Beach Hotel your joint. Call them 059-672-3646, 059-672-3646. Visit bestwesternplazaccra.com. Best Western Plaza Accra Beach Hotel, your escape closer than you think. I'll take Kojo Yankson there one of these days. We'll go and eat fufu and akukonsu. Now, going green is not just about saving the planet. It can save you real money. Install solar panels and cut down your power costs. The ABSA Green Finance Loan is giving you what you need to make it happen. If you want to go green, if you want to switch to energy efficient equipment, talk to ABSA today. They'll give you that green finance loan today, and it will help you have a greener tomorrow. Terms and conditions apply. ABSA Bank reminds you to shine your eye to avoid being scammed. Your story matters. Kojo, we can't discuss the scamming matter today.
What a pity. Shall we do it tomorrow?
We have just 10 minutes. Hey, and the messages the way people have been, you know what? We'll talk about this coming later. But you know, you work hard, you deserve a home that actually reflects that effort. And there is a beautiful home for you at Palladium Residences at Achimota at ABC Junction. It's just 5 minutes from Achimota Mall. They have beautifully designed modern apartments and spacious townhouses for you. And so move fast. This is a limited launch phase. So secure your dream home with just 10% deposit. You can call them on 0509-823-424, 0509-823-424. Palladium Residences, live smart, invest better. It's a beautiful place. I've seen the designs. The location is just perfect. If you want to live in Accra and enjoy living in Accra, Palladium should be a place you'd want to live at. So talk to them today. And if you need fuel, make the smart stop at Star Oil, Ghana's largest oil marketing company. They now have over 250 stations nationwide. Then they are giving you high quality fuel, great service, and real value for money. This is why many Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil and becoming Star Savers. So get the Star card from Star Oil, enjoy safe, cashless fueling, and easy expense tracking. Wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuels. It's coming up to 10. At 10, we bring you the news and we'll bring you Cosmo. Akofa is here. Kojo is still here. But you know, Electroland is opening a new showroom at Medina. Yes, Electroland is opening a new showroom at Medina. So, friends in Medina, on Wednesday, July 29th, at 12 noon at the Medina Taxi Rank, opposite the EcoBank. They're opening a new showroom. They have incredible deals for you. So just mark it on your calendar. This Wednesday at 12 noon, EcoBank, opposite EcoBank Medina, the Medina Taxi Rank, Electroland is opening a new showroom. You can call them on 050-315-9739 to get to know the offers available at the Medina showroom. Terms and conditions apply. And it's time to change the narrative about autism. Guarantee Trust Bank Limited is pleased to announce the 5th edition of its corporate social responsibility initiative. The GT Bank Autism Workshop and Consultations is happening from the 4th of August. It's a Tuesday to Saturday, 8th of August at the University of Professional Studies in Accra. The theme is acceptance in action, from family to classroom to workplace to public places, highlighting the collective responsibility of families, educators, and employers. So it's happening at the Kofi Ohene Kunedu Auditorium on Tuesday, 4th August to Saturday, 8th of August, and it's free. Registration is absolutely free. You should just follow GT Bank Ghana on all social media platforms for more information, or you can call toll free on 0800 124 000.
Oh, shake it fine. Not done.
Kojo.
Yes, auntie.
So, episode Dana now shake it fine. Get Translite Solar in your house. Because, Charlie, if you want to die and shake and the power goes off and it's hot, you can't shake. So, Translite Solar is giving you a great deal. You enjoy consistent, reliable power every single day, no interruptions, no surprises. Their smart solar solutions are designed to keep your lights on, your appliances running, and your operations moving. And you can set up a whole system in your home starting at 34,000 Ghana cedis with flexible payment options. So call Translight now, 0242 438 746. Translight Solar, reliable power, total peace of mind. And SkySat Technologies are giving you a great deal. If you are running a business, office, or working in the creative industry, it's time to upgrade your print game. This is the future of printing with Konica Minolta, proudly powered by SkySat Technologies. They are talking on match performance, whether you need sleek all-in-one machines, professional systems, heavy-duty production powerhouses. SkySat has everything for you. And they have the new VIP print center at Pegasus Place, Airport Residential Area. So call them 0501 645 180. If you want to print, if you want performance that delivers every time, you need to talk to SkySat Technologies. And Eden Care by Acacia Health is ensuring that in this very loud and uncertain world, you are covered when you need to take care of your health. Okay, all you need is a phone call, and Eden Care by Acacia will come to your need. It's a dedicated individual and family insurance plan that combines everyday accessibility with trust and experience of a proven health insurer. If you want to sign up, email edencare.acacia@myenterprisegroup.io and choose Eden Care today. Eden Care is brought to you by Acacia Health. Abba, Oda Nonda. Hey, Charles Kojo Fosu. Daddy Lumba. Oh yeah, guy. Lumba never dies. I say Kromano. Uda. Unchumda. So da nonda.
Anytime a DJ plays this song, the suspicion is that he started dating someone new and has just met their mother.
And the mother is Auntie Ata.
Well, for the purposes of that program, the lady will be called Auntie Ata.
Hey, Daddy Lumba. Anyway, let me tell you about something which can also make you a legend. You know, usually people retire and they become miserable because they didn't plan for their retirement. EDC is helping you to plan your future, and they are helping you build that financial foundation to take you into a future of growth and a future of meeting all your needs. They have flexible investment options. They give you potential for higher returns than ordinary savings and financial security for retirement and future goals. So call EDC on 0302 610 400, 0302 610 400. CompuGhana has brought the Mobile Prime Week to us again. And this season, CompuGhana brings you Mobile Prime Week, the biggest mobile phones festival featuring top brands at the best prices. They have Samsungs, Technos, Infinix, itel, Vivos, Huawei, Hotwave, and a whole lot of other brands at their various branches. Whether you need a phone for work, photography, entertainment, gaming, or everyday use, CompuGhana has the right choice for you. So Mobile Prime Week at CompuGhana is the biggest mobile phone festival. Top brands, best prices. WhatsApp 0243 143 143 to see the options available and the offers they have. More brands, more choices, more rewards. CompuGhana. Passion for technology. Pegasus Publishing is also giving you 20% off every single book for your child this new school season. From reading and writing to maths and science, your child needs the right textbooks to keep up and do the very best. So if you want to enjoy that 20% discount, take this number and call it right now. 059 5010 175 059 5010 175 or visit Pegasus Publishing at Accra New Town opposite the Total Energies station. Pegasus, shaping minds, winning futures. Samuel Adame doesn't want me to make money, but it's important that I mention that the Kronti and Akomo lecture is coming off on Wednesday at the British Council. It's open to the public for free, and MTN has also brought prices down on the MTN fiber for home. So if you want the right internet, talk to MTN, get fiber for home, and enjoy. MTN is everywhere you go. Kojo,
yes,
so Maskamelda.
Oh, pa.
Maskamelda.
But see, the Shares Are Me one was the painful one. Oh, reputable company, Shezami. Somebody went to create an online page and put their name on it. Me too, I've never ordered from them before.
Yes.
I had visitors and I wanted them to try banku and tilapia.
And when you called, they said, please.
when I called, the person just said hello. I thought, how rude. And I said, is this Shezami? And they said, oh, yes, please. Yes, please. And then this person took me through the most polite process, asking for options. Do you want the hot pepper? Do you want this? The tilapia, you could get 300, 350, 400. Which one would you like? Oh, all the trimmings. Me too, I ordered 2. Plenty banku. Charlie, I'm still waiting for the food. And you see, the thing about it is they had even put 2 phone numbers, so you can use either one. So when you ask them, is this the Momo number? They say, oh yes, you can use any of the numbers on the page, right? So that it all seemed very real. I went ahead and sent it. It turned out that it was a completely fake page, and Shezami itself, I've never ordered from them, seen them, So and by the way, the thing about it is, now that it is being highlighted by the cybersecurity agencies and all that, the question I'm asking is, so whose job is it to plug the loophole? When multimedia realized that people were putting out fake Joy News stories and fake Joy News quote cards, we took the responsibility of informing the public of how to tell the difference between a real one and a fake one. We put on QR codes to our posts so that people can scan them, and it will take them to our website, which will prove that it is a real story that they are reading from Joy News. We put in place measures so that our audience can avoid being tricked. Should it be the job of the vendors, the companies that are being misrepresented by these thieves, like KFC and Shezami and Pizza Hut and Burger King, is it their job to make it harder for people to use their name to scam us?
It's their job, but the responsibility is multi-sectorial, right? For example, the big tech institutions, Google, for example, people can set up businesses or pin their businesses on Google easily, okay? And they can pin your business on Google easily for you. Sometimes even suggest edits for businesses and change phone numbers and all those things. So the CSA is working, Ministry of Communications is also working. Businesses must be extra vigilant. At all costs, I advise businesses that if you even want to set up a website, try to get a .com.gh domain, okay? Because for that, you have to go to the service provider for that, and it's a bit expensive. So that it's number one, it shows that you are serious. Getting a regular domain for a website would cost you $11, $12, $13, depending on the type of domain you are getting. So I advise businesses, try to get a .com.gh domain for a start, okay? And also employ people to manage your digital presence. And if possible, have a cybersecurity consultant for your business, no matter how small your business is, because these days there's scammers all over, and one scam could undo your business. If, say, Kojo tries to buy from you and he's scammed, he may be traumatized so much so that he would not even want to hear about your business, even though it's not your fault. So I think that the businesses should do better, like you are suggesting. They must take responsibility for their brand presence. But the big tech institutions, Google, for example, because a lot of these scammers also, especially for online buying, when you go online right now and you type, say, Kojo Jollof or Kojo Pizza, you are likely to be given the Google pin with the details that come with the business on that platform. And so it's something we also need to pay attention to. But this is not a conversation we can have in 2 minutes. Kojo, we need to find time to share experience. I mean, the way that people chop my 7,000, and I've still not been able to get, and I have all their numbers. Every now and again, I send them a threatening text message. They have
chopped the money. They have chopped the money. They have chopped it. And and the gall and the brazen, like, they are not afraid, right? The number is there. After you send the money, when you keep calling the number, it will ring and ring and ring. Sometimes they will even answer. And when they realize that you are calling to chase your order, then they just hang up.
Yeah. So let's do better. And in doing better, get a CowBank app. It helps you manage your financial transactions in a safe environment. Okay, the CowBank app does everything. No queue, no waiting, no stress. So get it today. CowBank for it together. My name is Kojo, Akoto Boateng. I've been here with
Kojo Yankson, the morning man.
We know there's a lot to talk about, but we have very limited time. We'll do better as we go ahead in the week. We'll discuss all the issues that are dear to you here on the Super Morning Show. Have a great Monday. I'll end with this message. It says, Joy FM, I love the Deadly Doses Part 2, but please do a Part 2 of Thirst in the North documentary, because we are suffering in the North. We are not getting water, and we know if you do it, we'll get answers. Thank you for listening. Have a great day.
Not done.